Watched a little soccer last night. Watched a little women's basketball yesterday. I actually watched a lot of women's golf Saturday because of the rain out. I put Liv on for 2 shots. Abraham Answer had a fairway wood that he missed badly, and then decided he was just going to tomahawk the club 40 yards down the fairway. I'm like, I don't need to watch that. Like, that doesn't add. A guy throwing a club adds nothing to it to me. God bless you.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. I'll cough and bother 3/4 of the way there.
That's just you rooting, Coffin Paw.
Man, my allergies lately have not been.
No idea what would happen if I sneezed right now.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing good.
Sorry about that.
It's not your fault. I just thought I'm like, this.
Morning, everybody. Fireworks night, Detroit. I don't understand. Mark, I think our poll question should be, are you going to watch tonight?
All right.
Just are you going to watch? Because let's face it, hockey is still a huge niche sport. It really is. So
I'm down with that.
And it's like, yeah, it's a game 7. Nah, man. It's hockey. And the only other thing on is Tennessee A&M?
College World Series, yeah.
And that game starts about an hour and 15 minutes before hockey drops the puck. AB, this is stunning me. Not just that they're doing what they're doing, but I mean they've scored 20 of the last 25 goals, EB.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you after, well, hopefully, what was a great weekend for you and yours. We thank you starting your week off with us. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. I know you're a little under the weather. Otherwise, how are you?
I'm ready for the show. I'm fired up for the show. Game 7 tonight. That's all that I need. I'll fight through a little sickness. It's my Jordan flu game today, David. I just hope I can perform a quarter of as well as he did in his game.
Well, that was a game 5, if memory serves me correctly. That was a game 5, but okay, that'll work. That'll work. One of the defining moments of a great career. And so this will be one of the defining moments of
a really mediocre career.
There you go. And glad to be along for the ride with you, my friend. Listen, I don't want to get too carried away, but I think I'm going to get too carried away. And you and I have a couple of inherent biases here. We're big hockey guys. And we know that most people are not. Okay. But I think this is a massive night for the NHL. Massive night for the NHL. I don't know if the outcome is important, but I think this is a massive night because if they can't attract eyeballs to this, I mean, does it matter that it's Edmonton and Florida? You tell me, Mark.
David, I actually believe who wins tonight matters a little bit. And people in Florida aren't going to like to hear what I have to say. But outside of the Sunshine State, the other 49 in all of Canada are rooting for Connor McDavid. You want the best players to win titles. We do. We don't want to see guys come up short for their opportunity. And what he has done by putting this team on his back in the postseason, particularly in this series down 3-0, he had back-to-back 4-point games before not scoring in game 5 and game 6. I think that it does matter who wins, because if not, then that will hang over him for yet another year, the best player in the sport to have not won a championship.
And also Canada's Stanley Cup drought will continue as well, because they have not had a Stanley Cup champion since 1993. But, would it get higher ratings if Edmonton were playing, damn near fill in the blank? I mean, seriously. And I know the Panthers made the finals last year, and they've been a very good team all of this year. But there's no doubt this game would rate more highly if it were the Blackhawks, if it were the Bruins, if it were the Rangers, if it were the Penguins. I mean, you name it. I mean, there's 15 teams we could rattle off in which it would rate higher for sure than the Florida Panthers. But, Mark, I mean, they're going up against virtually nothing tonight. It's half a Major League Baseball slate, and it's Tennessee, Texas A&M college baseball. It's the last Monday of June. Next week's a big vacation week. This week is not. This week is, last, and most people getting paid by the end of the week. Most people are working. Okay, yes, kids are out of school all across the country, but I mean, if hockey can't get people, and I mean, Mark, people who don't watch hockey.
No, because what does it have, David? It has all the elements for us to watch. Take the sport out of it. It is a game with consequence. That is the most important thing to our television audience right now. When there are games with consequence, we watch. We do. We had good numbers for World Cup finals that the USA obviously was not in. We will watch a game with consequence. And you throw on top of that, the game's biggest star is in a game of consequence. David, I'm with you. What's the number you thinking that they have to have? I know what I want them to have.
Okay, have to have? I actually think they need to do something that I don't know is the last time hockey's done, but I think they got to get 10 million tonight.
It's the number that's been in my head, David, as we've been talking about this.
And I don't know when's the last time, if ever, hockey's had a 10 million in the States game that wasn't the Olympics. I don't know. Has the NHL ever had a $10 million people game? I
don't believe so.
I mean, game 7 5 years ago was St. Louis, Boston. I guess we could look it up. And by the way, Miller and Moulton actually did research for this show. I mean, we got our numbers of numbers, our stats of stats. I mean, we're all in. But I don't know. I just feel as if this is a massive night for that league. I mean, Gary Bettman's the commissioner of that league for 31 years. There's a part of me, Mark, that thinks that this is the biggest night since he's been commissioner. And I don't know if you think it does matter who wins. I just think if he can't, like, if there's 7 million people that watch tonight, don't you have to turn and look around and go, well, that's it for the NHL. You know, that's what it is. Let's not ever view it as more than what it is.
And I think you and I never have. We love the sport, but we've been realistic about it. But tonight is different.
I mean, it's a Monday night. There's nothing else going on. Prime time. It's not on cable. It's on a network. It's a Game 7. We all know what that means.
I'm already planning my pregame nap. I'm so excited about tonight's game.
So just think it's an absolutely massive night for the sport, for the league. And listen, pick your cliche or pick your stat to support whichever side you want to win. But Mark, you and I have seen teams come back from 3-0 down before. Usually the games are not as lopsided as this comeback has been. I mean, this does have remnants of, for those that follow hockey, 10 years ago, the LA Kings came back from 3-0 down in the first round against San Jose. And once they flipped the script, okay, they won like the last 3 games of that series by 3 or more goals each. But usually hockey playoff games are close, and one team's winning the close games early in a series, and then maybe another team starts winning the close games late. We haven't had many close games.
We have not. And right now, Edmonton seems to be in complete control of this series. Florida can't forecheck. If they can't forecheck, they can't get their offense going. Edmonton's able to get speed through the neutral zone. Why? Because Florida's unable to forecheck.
And then even when Florida can forecheck, they're not scoring. And then even when they have a golden opportunity, this mediocre goalie is standing on his head now all of a sudden. By the way, that stat that your son gave us from last week is only getting better.
Right.
Stu Skinner hasn't lost a game in any of the 4 rounds of the playoffs once we got to game 4. What's he, 10-0 now?
10-0. Prior to the game, he was 9-0 with a .939 save percentage and a .156 goals against. My guess is those numbers both improved slightly.
Right, and now he's 10-0.
Right.
It's tough to lose series when your goalie is not losing games once the series gets to game 4. If for no other reason, it's simple math. So Connor McDavid is what? Mahomes? I mean, current day. Connor McDavid is Mahomes?
Absolutely.
Connor McDavid is, are we still saying Mike Trout? I mean, who is Connor McDavid in baseball?
Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, is Connor McDavid Bonds? But okay, Ohtani, if we're going present day. All right. And then,
David, he's the best player in the sport, and you could argue he belongs among the greats of all time. I'm not joking around when I say it. I don't say it flippantly. I'm not doing it for clicks or listens. I believe he is on the Mount Rushmore of the sport. That's how good Connor McDavid is.
Although, can you be on the Mount Rushmore without a title? And is that ultimately also what is on the line tonight? Like, how would people feel if Dan Marino had won a Super Bowl about Marino? I think there's a lot of people who would still argue he's the greatest quarterback of all time. And they would say the only reason he didn't win more was the teams that were put around him. But Marino's never in the discussion. Yet you talk to quarterbacks, and quarterbacks are like, yeah, nobody's ever thrown the ball better than Dan Marino.
So there's just a little at stake for Connor McDavid tonight.
By the way, who's the current NBA player that fits? Now that the two Celtics there have got their ring. I mean, is there a legendary NBA player right now who doesn't have his ring? I mean, Durant made sure he went to Golden State to get his. We met Giannis got his.
Luka.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I know he's young, but that'd be the guy I'd point to.
Okay. Yeah, mid-20s still. So, all right. So there you have it. Game 7. Golly, that's awesome.
The 18th Game 7 in the championship round.
Yep. One side was on a big run, and now the other side's on a little bit of a run. We'll get to all of it coming up. We'll also recap the weekend that was. We know we were off on Friday, so we've got a little catching up to do. We're in all week, and then we're off all week.
Hey, how about that?
And then we're never taking a day off again.
Ever. Mainly because we don't know how.
And we have no one to fill in. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Golf was pretty good yesterday.
The whole Scheffler-Kim playoff.
Yeah, I mean, leading up to it, Kim made a birdie on the last hole to force the playoff.
Nice.
They played pretty good golf.
Oh, how about the 27 holes that one guy had?
Yeah, I'm young there. I think he made like a triple on 12.
Feeney, we're not going back. We're talking about today. But yes, we all know all the athletes who never got a ring. I didn't watch the Gulf Brown Chicken, but obviously I heard about it. Mark, did you see the protest live, Mark?
Yeah, they didn't show much of it.
Okay.
I love that Scotty talks about how the police did a great job.
Well, he's someone who lately has paid close attention to how the police respond to things.
What would have been really funny if they'd asked him and he'd have just said, I saw all these police. I thought for sure I was getting arrested again.
It would have been incredible if he had said something like, man, I thought I left the police behind in Louisville. Or if he said something like, I'm used to dealing with police before the round, but not during.
Right.
Boy, she had one of those psycho scorecards yesterday, Sonny. But yeah, she's found something in the last 2 weeks. After being MIA for 2 years. Heard about it, ambient. Not a lot of people paying attention to the Rockies season. Especially a Rockies Nats series. Hoo-ah. Well, she said she is. Feeney, did you like it? Because from the sounds of it, if you watched yesterday and didn't like the product, there's no sense of you ever watching again. Because, I mean, it was 88, 87. The star players were playing well. Yep. Yeah, Angel was huge.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Monday morning. We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, the great John Forslund, to join us at the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour to talk about Game 7. Nothing at stake here. Only Lord Stanley's Cup. That's it. All right, you and I, we know we both did some research. We don't know what research the other did. Of all the research that you uncovered, what are the top 2 nuggets that you want out there about the game tonight? By the way, I think it should be our poll question. Are you watching tonight?
Fair enough.
I mean, after all, it's a Game 7. We like stuff like that. But then again, it's hockey. Most people don't like it and or don't watch it. So we're wondering, best player, chance for a historic comeback. You could argue what they've already done is historic. It's only the 10th time a team down 3-0 has forced a Game 7. 4 of the previous 9 times the team forcing it has won it. So we've got a lot going on tonight. But that's what I think the poll question should be. Just simply, hey, Game 7, Lord Stanley's Cup. Cup's in the building. Somebody's going to be raising it tonight. It's guaranteed. Are you watching?
It's up.
Okay.
Whole question's up. There we go.
Awesome. So, okay. Listen, I mean, let's face it. You know, you and I do limited research. You know, our research is pretty much hourly. We follow sports. You know, that's what we do. But I know you looked some things up. What do you got?
A lot of the stuff you have. I mean, just, you know, as you mentioned, 17 game sevens. Home teams 12-5, but they've lost 3 in a row.
Think about that. Think about that. First 14 game sevens, home team 12-2. Not only that, home team it was on a roll. On a roll. They had won 6 in a row. But the last 3 game sevens, Pittsburgh in 2009, going into Detroit, winning 2-1. Boston going into Vancouver in 2011, winning 4-0. St. Louis going into Boston 5 years ago and winning 4-1. Okay.
Edmonton's done this a lot more. Obviously, they've played in 12 game sevens.
Okay.
They're 8-4.
Huh. All right.
Panthers have played in 3 game sevens. They're
Aren't they
2-1.
2-1?
They lost to the Devils 3-2 in overtime in the first round of 2012.
Gotcha. Okay. Because they beat the Penguins in 96 when they went to the finals, right?
Right.
In a game 7 in the conference finals.
And then the Bruins last year.
Okay. All right. So this, by the way, the 10th game 7 of the last 50 years. There was a big drought. I think the 71 final mark went 7. Maybe the 73. One of those early 70s finals went 7. And then they didn't have one again until 87. Because you had dynasties. And the Canadians in the late 70s, they destroyed people. Then you had the Islanders. They destroyed people. I mean, the Islanders had, I think, they lost 3 games in the finals during their 4 cup wins. They went 16-3. And then Edmonton won 4 out of 5 and 5 out of 7. And only one of those went 7. That was against the Flyers in 87. Then you had only one in the 90s. The Rangers win in 94 was in 7. The 2000s were good for drama, not for ratings, because you had some epic matchups. And by epic, I mean nobody was watching. New Jersey, Anaheim, Carolina, Edmonton, Tampa Bay, Calgary. I mean, whoo-wee. You know, all series that went 7, all series that nobody cared about. But you had 5 game 7s in the 2000s. And remember, we lost one of those seasons to a lockout. We only had 9 seasons. 5 of the cups were decided in game 7. And then we had 2 last decade, 2011, 2019. This is our first one of the decade. Just our 10th in the last 50 years. Home teams are 6-3. In the previous 9, home teams won the first 6. Road teams have won the last 3. Mark, here's my stat of the day.
Uh-oh.
Stat of the day.
Bump.
Stealing from Dan Patrick. Dun, dun. So, in the last 8 game 7s, the team that scored first won. In fact, the team that scored first never surrendered the lead in winning all 8 game 7s. Edmonton has scored 20 of the last 25 goals in this series. Does Florida need to score first tonight, or does Florida need to score first tonight?
Absolutely, they need to score first. Thought it was interesting, little factoid. Corey Perry for Edmonton. This is his 10th game 7. 10 he's played in.
Wow. Well,
This
I mean, he is
is
74
11.
years old.
I got you, but that all being said, to have played in 10, he's 5-5 in Game 7.
So this will be his 11th. Then.
11th Game 7. That's crazy to me.
And he won the Cup 17 years ago. And he's, lost in the finals 3 or 4 other times since, and now he's trying to win it again. Also, and I think it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, is there any way that someone other than Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe?
I don't believe so. I think it's over.
I mean, even if Bob is a shutout tonight, if someone on the Panthers is a hat trick, I mean, can you see someone other than Connor McDavid winning the Conn Smythe tonight?
If Barkov had that hat trick, maybe.
Well, 5 previous times, by the way, the guy who's won the Conn Smythe, and for those that don't know, that's playoff MVP, not finals MVP. You know, this isn't like the Super Bowl MVP trophy, which has nothing to do with the playoffs. It's just the game. This isn't the NBA Finals MVP, which is just the finals, not the playoffs. This is the playoff MVP, the Conn Smythe Trophy. It's a thing in hockey. It's kind of a BFD, actually, in hockey. Connor McDavid, Mark, when he wins it, will be the 6th player on a team that didn't win the Cup, win the award if Florida wins tonight. Obviously, if Edmonton wins tonight, well, he's just another guy on the winning team who won the Conn Smythe. Oh, yeah, we haven't mentioned the big part of tonight. Only one other time in the history of the league has a team rallied from a 3-0 deficit in the finals and won the finals. And that was the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs. There were 6 teams in the league then. Toronto rallied from a 3-0 deficit, beat Detroit. It's only happened 4 times in the history of the league that a team's come from 3-0 down and won, and only once in the finals. And Mark, I am confident in saying Miller and Moulton are 2 guys in their 50s. And even if Miller and Moulton live to be 2 guys in their 80s, I am convinced this will be the last time we see in the finals a team come from 3-0 down and force a Game 7. Never mind win a Game 7.
I think that's a very safe bet, considering it's been, 82 years since this has happened before. And I guess it happened in 45, and the Wings didn't finish the deal. They forced a Game 7 and lost.
Right. There have been 5 other times that teams down 3-0 have forced a Game 7, only to lose a Game 7.
Paul Maurice has never lost a Game 7. He's 4-0.
He's also never won Lord Stanley's Cup.
I understand. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Now, Detroit Paula, mid to late 90s, there were nothing but sweeps. 95 Devils, 96 Avs, 97, 98 Wings. Hit 4 sweeps in a row. Hope everyone had a good weekend.
We may be coming back dry here, David. I kind of screwed up there.
Okay.
So
That's all right.
and then again, maybe not.
Yeah. I'm here till 10. How about you?
About 11:15.
Yeah. Yep. Paula did the right, responsible thing, and it's awful.
And we're back, Miller and Moulton, just like that. I told you, David, there might be a glitch or two this morning because I screwed up. As simple as that.
It happens.
The music will come on in about 10 seconds.
Okay. Should we just kind of bob and weave to it? Just
No, I mean, here it comes. There we go. Oh, not yet. There it is. There we go.
Man, if anything screams Miller and Moulton, I think it was just that right there. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us on this final Monday of June. Without further ado, with or without musical accompaniment, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
Well, number one's we got a game 7 for Lord Stanley's Cup tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and we never thought we were going to have that a week ago. You know, when the Panthers were up 3 spit. Oilers have won 3 in a row. They've outscored Florida 20-5 over the last 10 periods of this series, going back to the third period of game 3. Panthers won the first 8 periods of the series 11-2. For what it's worth, Panthers 8-4 at home in the playoffs. Oilers 7-5 on the road. This is just the 10th time in the history of the NHL that a team down 3-0 is forced to game 7. It's only if the Oilers win tonight, they'll be just the 5th team to ever be down 3-0 to come back and win. This is the first time it's happened in the Stanley Cup Finals since 1942. Leafs were down 3-0, came back and beat the Wings. Connor McDavid, likely Conn Smythe winner. If the Oilers lose tonight and he wins, he'll be the 6th player to win the award on a losing team. By the way, Stu Skinner, the Oilers goalie, is 10-0 in the playoffs from Game 4 through Game 7. He went 2-0 in the first round, went 2-0 in the second. What's interesting is he was benched for Games 4 and 5. That's how poorly he was playing. Since then, he's been terrific. He won Games 6 and 7 in the second round, won Games 4, 5, and 6 in the third round, and so far won Games 4, 5, and 6 in the final. By the way, team that has scored first in this series is 5-1. Only Game 2, when Edmonton scored first in Florida's 4-1 win, has the team that won not scored first. Game 7 tonight, it's our poll question. It's very simple. Are you watching? It's hockey. It's Edmonton in Florida. We know there's a lot of reasons for many of you to go, sorry, don't know what you guys are talking about. Doesn't interest me at all. Or, hell yeah, nothing else on it. Besides, you guys are talking about it like it's important or something. So it's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton. Vote accordingly. Obviously, we're both watching. Mark, I don't know if you saw my little post. I said it's kind of like, all right, Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal and Harry Met Sally. Are you watching tonight? You know, the scene from the diner?
Yes, I do. I've never seen or heard of anyone comparing a fake Big O scene
right
to watching Game 7.
Well, that's just my answer tonight. Her answer to his question is
that
answer to our poll question.
That yes is your answer.
Yes. I'm bobbing the hair from side to side. I'm pounding the table. Everything. Yes. Number 2, Major League Baseball. All right. Rays scored 2 in the 8th, beat the Pirates 3-1. You know, that Paul Skeens dude, he looks legit. Gave up a home run on the first pitch of the game and then gave up bupkis for the next 7 innings. Yandy Diaz with the homer. Rays with 2 in the 8th to beat the Pirates 3-1. Marlins took 2 out of 3 for the Mariners. 4-run first really helped. They beat Seattle 6-4. Braves took 2 of 3 from the Yankees and have won 8 of 10. Thank you very much. Jared Kelenic with a homer and 2 RBIs. But man, he must have got him out of missing persons, Jared Kelenic. Wow. Meanwhile, Houston beat Baltimore 8-1, though. So the Yanks and Orioles kind of stay. In fact, Mark, the Astros swept the Orioles since we were last on the air.
Yes.
Don't look now. They're still below 500, but barely.
But a big series win, obviously.
Right. They're 6 back of Seattle in the West. They're still below 500. Don't know if we can talk about who they are. All right. But they are 6 back. Phillies, by the way, they just keep on Phillying. They beat Arizona 4-1. Mark, it was a really good weekend for Christopher Sanchez. He got a 4-year contract extension on Saturday, and then he threw 7 innings and beat the Diamondbacks on Sunday. And that's a full weekend. Red Sox beat the Reds 7-4. You know, payback for the 75 series, Mark. Milwaukee 6-2 over San Diego to avoid the 4-game sweep. Padres fall back to 500. Brewers lead in the Central, I believe, is 6 over the Cards. Cards swept the Giants. That's a series that started in Birmingham. By the way, how many of you watched Thursday night?
I watched a good chunk.
It was very compelling television. I thought they did
the Reggie Jackson interview, both interviews, but the pregame interview with Reggie, they weren't expecting that.
No, it's not often that a guy can use the N-word 3 times and it's appropriate in telling a story. Right. Because, it was a big celebratory night. And Reggie said, yeah, it wasn't a whole lot to celebrate in the late 60s playing here if you were in my shoes. And he went on to tell the story. And it's a story that needed to be told. Also showed the courage of some of his white teammates and coaches and what they did for him. And Reggie was very thankful and complimentary of them. But then they had Friday off and they played Saturday and Sunday in St. Louis, and the Cardinals won all 3 games. Guardians have won 5 in a row. They swept Toronto 6-5, and the Blue Jays have lost 6 in a row. Man, can somebody get fired in Toronto before July 1st? They're making me look bad.
No, they're making themselves look bad, David.
Okay. Thank you. Man, they're back in last. Minnesota shut out Oakland 3-0. Pablo Lopez, 14 strikeouts in 8 innings of work. All right. Just saying. Twins 7.5 back of Cleveland. Royals are 9 back at Cleveland. Texas beat them 4-0. Scherzer. Max Scherzer made his season debut. 5 shutout innings. Rangers swept the Royals, who are really scuffling. Mets took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, 5-2. A couple of big stories in this one. First off, before the game, they unveiled the Ryne Sandberg statue out in front of Wrigley. Hall of Famer. One of the greatest players in franchise history. Okay, he's had to undergo some tough medical news lately, battling cancer and all. But Rhino and some of his teammates on hand yesterday and last night. That was great to see. And Mets closer Edwin Diaz. He just got healthy. He just started pitching well. And apparently his glove had too much sticky stuff on it. He didn't even throw a pitch. And they kicked him out of the game. And afterwards he said, I don't know what to tell you. I haven't done anything differently for years. And when I come back, I'm going to do the same thing. I don't know what to tell you. So, okay, guess what? They're going to check your glove again.
You're going to get booted again.
Yeah. Just so you know, by the way, it's a 10-game suspension when you get, and for a reliever, that's a much more costly penalty. Like when Scherzer, got the 10-game suspension a couple years ago. That's 2 starts. I mean, for a closer, that could be 5 or 6 appearances. Washington beat Colorado 2-1. Mark, Washington scored 2 in the 9th on Sunday to win. Did you see how the Rockies won on Saturday?
Pitch clock violation, right?
They scored 2 in the 9th to come back and beat the Nats, and the winning run was scored on a bases-loaded pitch clock violation. First time that's happened. Detroit beat the White Sox 11-2. They had scored 5 runs total in their last 6 games. They scored 9 in the first 2 innings yesterday. All right, number 3, golf. PGA Tour, Scotty Scheffler. He won the Travelers. That's his 6th win of the year in a playoff over Tom Kim. So Scheffler's got a 1-shot lead on 18, and all of a sudden these environmental protesters, or wackos, or whatever you want to call them, they decided, you know what, we're going to run out onto the green, we're going to spray some stuff, and we're going to create a menace. Scotty Scheffler's got to be thinking, man, first Louisville, the cops, now this. I'm used to the cops before the round, not during the round. What the heck? Anyway, Scheffler a winner. Protesters were quickly dispersed of.
Didn't really show any of them on TV.
That's kind of like the streaker, right? Once you get a streaker on the field or somebody runs on the field, they don't show them anymore.
What's fascinating to me, David, is that the golf started early. They must have had rain coming in. They had to finish around 3, and CBS gets 2 hours of golf coverage, basically. It was done at 5. They reran an hour of tape delay coverage. Like they put together a best of hour, which I'm a big fan of.
We do it.
I mean, they re-racked the first hour, if you know what I mean, and ran that.
Oh, okay. I mean, if they wanted, they could have shown the PGA. They could have shown the final hour of the PGA and DeChambeau and Hovland and Schauffele there. Speaking of DeChambeau, he and John Rahm finished tied for third in the LIV event in Nashville. By the way, LIV outdrawing PGA Tour. Friday, they had 37,000 in Connecticut for round 2. Friday, they had 47,000 in Nashville for round 1 of the LIV. Terrell Hatton, your winner by 6. LPGA, a major women's PGA championship. They used to call it the LPGA championship. Amy Yang wins her first ever major by 3. There were 3 golfers, 3 back. One of them was Lilia Vu. Did you see Nelly Corda? She's in contention after the first round, shoots 81 in the second round and misses the cut.
Right.
It's her second round in the 80s in a major in a month.
I watched a big chunk of it Saturday because the men were rained out. There wasn't a whole lot on, so I watched a decent amount of this on Saturday. Lexi played well, but not good enough, and started falling back. And then, I'm a big fan of that Charlie Hull, the one that's flipping lung darts all over the golf course.
I was going to say she's John Daly.
Yes.
Okay. A little thinner though. NASCAR, Christopher Bell led 150 of the laps in New Hampshire to win. He won on rain tires. First time that's ever happened in NASCAR. It's his 3rd win of the year. Ross Chastain finished 10th. He's 9th in the standings. Did you hear about John Force, the racing incident? First off, he's 75 and he's still racing. In fact, he won an NHRA race last month. Anyway, his car burst into flames crossing the finish line yesterday. He's okay. 75. He's still racing. Copa America, USA got a goal and assist from that Pulisic dude. He's pretty good.
Nice goal.
Yeah, it was. 2-0 over Bolivia. Europa 2024. Hungary beats Scotland. Uruguay 3-1 over Panama. And Switzerland, Germany tied at 1. WNBA, did you watch? It was on network television and everything. Angel Reese with 25 points, 16 rebounds to outduel Caitlin Clark, 17 points, 13 assists. Chicago beat Indiana 88-87. Tickets on the secondary market. Cheapest ticket to get into the game was $350.
That's nearly 100 more than the most expensive Bulls ticket was this year, apparently.
Unbelievable. College World Series, Tennessee beat A&M 4-1 to even the best of 3 at a game apiece. 7 o'clock tonight, all SEC final for the Natty on the 4-letter network. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was
Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
our poll question. Simply, Game 7, Edmonton, Florida. That's hockey, for those of you that don't know or don't care. But even if you don't know and you don't care, are you watching? I think it's the most important game in the history of the NHL.
Wow. I don't know if you're wrong, David. You've got the game's best player vying for his first Stanley Cup.
A historic comeback. I mean, what has already taken place, Mark, hasn't taken place in over 80 years in the finals. Never mind if they can complete it. And they have the sports world essentially to themselves on network television, not cable. If hockey can't get people to watch, do you just give it up?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District. and all
Well, EB Hill, we're asking. We'll see. Like, I mean, there's two in the Twitch chat room who are like, hell no, I'm not watching. By the way, Swamp Buggy, do you mean Below Deck is on tonight? I don't even know what that is. That's a good one, Johnny, if you fell asleep during the Super Bowl. Then again, it could have been worn out from the weekend, Johnny. And he's under the weather, baby Jules. Says Jordan flu game. Well, then you got that too, Johnny.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's Mark Miller's Jordan flu game. He would not be working today if we literally had anyone else besides Miller and Moulton that were part of the show. So he is toughing it out. As he said to me very gently before the show started, listen, if I just get up and leave for a while, okay, just Phil. Okay.
We've been close twice.
And we're only 1 hour down and 3 more to go. So, hey, I did some research during the break, and not Moulton research either, where I just think I know the answer and I'm just going to say it.
Okay.
No, I meant like looked it up and everything.
During the break?
What?
You did some actual research during the break?
Yes, I looked things up. I have real research in front of me.
I like it.
Right. So, and obviously the focus of our show today, it's not all of it, but a big part of the show so far, and we're talking to John Forslund 1 hour from now, is, we have an historic hockey game tonight. First off, it's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. It's only the 18th time that's ever happened. It's the first one this decade. And it's only the 10th one of the last 50 years. But also, it's the first time in 82 years that in the finals, a team down 3-0 is forced to Game 7. Either Florida's going to win their first cup, or Edmonton's going to be the first Canadian team in 31 years to win the cup, and will have completed a historic comeback. By the way, before I give you the research, you used the C word, choke, with Rory a week ago.
Exactly. When he missed the 2.5 footer on 16.
Right.
And then the tougher putt on 18. But
right.
Yes, he choked.
Okay. Is this a collapse or is this a choke if the Panthers lose tonight?
More of a collapse because it's been so one-sided, David. There hasn't been a moment has there been a moment in games 4, 5, or 6 where you're like, well, Florida's going to win?
I will say when they cut 4-1 to 4-3 fairly early in the third period of Game 5, I really thought Florida was at least going to tie it at 4. I'm like, oh, well, they're going to get the tying goal here. They're really going to tighten the screws. Now we're going to have, we're going to have a bunch of nervous guys out on the ice here once this game gets tied at 4. But no, Edmonton's been the dominant team. They've won, Mark. They've outscored them 20-5 in the last 10 periods, and I'm willing to say they've won 9 of those periods. And I don't just mean on the score sheet. I'm talking about territorial play, maybe 8, because Florida had a really good third period of Game 6 after they were down 3-0. But then again, they gave up the 2 empty netters. So I'd say 9 of the 10 periods Edmonton's won.
I think that's a very fair statement. So can you really choke when you're getting outplayed that badly? Or is that just a collapse? they've lost their identity in this series. They can't forecheck. They're not able to slow them down at all through neutral ice. They've really lost who it is, how they play.
There's no doubt they were the best 5-on-5 team in the league. And in the last week or so, they have not been. No doubt about it. Edmonton's been better. Better. By the way, Bobrovsky didn't practice yesterday. How many times have you seen that? The starting goalie the day before a game 7 not practicing.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Okay. All right.
Optional practice. He didn't feel like going out there.
Yeah. Just interesting. That's all. I mean, I'll be curious if in 3 hours when they do the morning skate, if by chance, if he's not there this morning, then something's going on.
Correct.
Then he's got an injury. But okay. So we're wondering about how many people are going to watch tonight. It's our poll question in a sense. Are you watching tonight? Game 7, Florida, Edmonton, yay or nay? And obviously Miller and Moulton are watching. First off, we'd be watching if it was, Calgary and Carolina. I mean, we're hockey guys. We're in. And we're big sports fans. We watch deciding games of just about every sport. I mean, hell, if I knew, I'd probably watch a deciding cricket match. Okay, somebody would have to explain the rules to me, but I'd probably give it a shot.
David, I even watched USA Bolivia yesterday. I mean, if it's on, I'll watch it.
Okay, I'm going to admit this publicly. I was going to go to bed last night. I was tired. I had spent 3 days in a pool with kids. Okay, old guy got worn out. All right, old guy was ready to go to bed. And then I heard it's 1-0 at the half between Uruguay and Panama. And I went, oh, you mean I got second half of Copa America on? 2 teams in the same group as the U.S.? Huh. I could put this on. Maybe I could doze off while watching this. And I watched most of the second half. I didn't watch stoppage time. 2 goals scored in stoppage time. I missed it. Went to sleep. It was 2-0. Final was 3-1. Huh. So yeah, you talk about Miller and Moulton watching stuff. We'll watch it. You make it easy for us. We're in.
At least I wrapped myself in the flag and watched USA Bolivia. You watched Uruguay and Panama?
Panama, they're in the same group as the United States, right? We're going to play each of them next. I was doing some scouting.
You were doing scouting for Copa America.
In case Burkhalter calls me, I want to be able to tell him. Anyway, so we're wondering how many people are going to watch tonight. And the number that you and I have in our head is 10 million. Can the NHL get 10 million people to watch one of their games? Okay. Do you know when's the last time the NHL had 10 million people watch one of their games?
I have no idea. I'm guessing it's happened because you're bringing up when the last time was.
Correct. Nixon was president. There were 3 networks, literally, and PBS. Game 6, Bruins Rangers. 11 million people on CBS.
It's not getting 10 million people.
Now, hold on though. When you hear something, by the way, that's the second highest rated game ever. Apparently, game 7 and 71, Canadians Blackhawks. Okay, like 12.5 million people watched. Also on CBS.
Tony Esposito was a draw.
Okay, Ken Dryden is a rookie. Sold him a cup. Okay. Anyway, so here's why, Mark. I think over under 10 million tonight, I'm going to take the over. Because 5 years ago, game 7, Blues Bruins. Now, I know it's the Bruins, top 3 draw in the sport. I know. But game 7, Blues Bruins, 8.75 million on NBC. Now, I know Bruins a bigger draw. Second City's also American, but the Connor McDavid factor, NHL's been much more visible the last 5 years with the ESPN Turner contract. This is year 3 of the 7-year deal. There's been much more NHL before the average sports fan's eyes the last 3 years than there was the previous 20 of this century. Would you agree?
I would agree with that 100%.
So, 4th highest rated Stanley Cup game ever, by the way. Game 7, Blues Bruins 5 years ago, $8.75 million.
We will need to include Canada to get that number to 10 million.
Okay. All right. Highest rated finals, by the way, this century, Chicago, Tampa Bay, 2013. The finals averaged 5.75 million viewers per game. That series ended in 6.
But a game 7 tonight, we ask, are you going to watch right now? Early numbers say that you are. 9 of 10 of you say you're watching game 7 tonight.
I will say we've had a few people in our Twitch chat room that are like, sorry, guys. You know, I applaud your effort and the whole deal. I have no interest. No interest at all. One guy's like, I'll have the College World Series on 2 TVs. No interest at all. So, and that's why we ask, because we know a lot of you. It's like, wait, I'm sorry. You're talking hockey? Yeah, I wouldn't watch hockey if you made me. You know, I'd go to county jail before I'd watch a hockey game. Okay. That's why we're asking.
Florida fans getting a little upset. Some of the texters, ESPN love for the Oilers right now might be as bad as their love for the Lakers.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So now Sean McDonough hates your team, right? Is that where we're at?
He's hated it throughout the playoffs.
Well, he didn't really know who, you know, in the second round, he realized who played for the Panthers because they were playing the Bruins, see? All right. And he did that series. And so he knew the guys' names. You know, by the second round, he knew their names.
But then he had to root for the Rangers in the next series.
Well, Bruins, Rangers both grew up in Massachusetts. He grew up a Bruins fan. Okay. He clearly, if you listen to him, he's got a little soft spot for the Rangers. I think he spends a lot of time in New York these days.
And now it's McDavid. The one player for sure that he knows on the Edmonton Oilers.
So that could have been a poll question, by the way, which is this a choke or a collapse? Or, the 3 C's, choke, collapse, comeback. If Edmonton wins tonight, which is it more? A choke, a collapse, or a comeback?
I believe it's a collapse because Edmonton has thoroughly outplayed them in each of the 3 games.
This has not happened in the last, until Florida, until the very end last year. Game 5 last year, they had like 4 or 5 starters out with injuries. The Panthers were completely devastated and they showed up in Vegas, and Vegas just destroyed them. What was it, 9-3, something like that? I mean, they had nothing by the end of the Stanley Cup Finals last year. But this is a 2-year run in the playoffs where no one has systematically done this to Florida. Vegas had moments last year in the finals. Even when Boston was up 3-1 in the first round a year ago, they didn't dominate the Panthers the way Edmonton is right now. Game 7, Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best.
By the way, so far, highest rated game in the series was Game 6. Did about 4.3 million viewers. By the way, we haven't gotten into it. What'd you think of the overturned offsides goal call?
I hated it.
Oh my God, I hated it. Yeah, Finney's under the weather. So,
What's Feeney want?
oh, he said you need a nap. I said no.
I do.
But he's toughing it out for us.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. John Forslund to talk Game 7 between Edmonton and Florida. He'll join us in 40 minutes. Game 7, they'll drop the puck 13 hours from now. Hey, our magic numbers, by the way, once again, just sneakily. Is that a word? I don't know.
I don't know, but it should be.
Sneakily. 61, 68, 73.
There you go.
Yeah. By the mid to later part of this week, the numbers will just be in the 50s and 60s everywhere.
And then when we come back from vacation, oh boy.
Yeah, we're off next week, by the way, just letting everybody know now, because I know everybody panics. When we're off a day, you think we've been fired. Hey, we've only been fired twice, you know. I mean, come on. Now, separately, combined, we've been fired about 17 times. But together, we've only been fired twice. This is our third act. Come on now. Give us
time.
Yeah.
It'll happen again. Don't you worry.
We're working on number 3. But until then, you know, no need to panic every time you don't hear us. So we're off next week. Best ofs all week. I know it's stretching it out. I don't know what to tell you. So can I switch gears on you? Because we've been talking a lot of hockey. So with the magic numbers being 61, 68, and 73, 10 weeks Thursday, by the way, NFL kicks off. Ravens and Chiefs. So Warren Sharp's an analytics guy who does the NFL. You and I like some of his stuff. So he posted something a couple days ago. He said, take this for what you will. You may believe this is all junk because it's basically, you know, if the games had ended after 3 quarters, So, Mark, apparently the Bears would have been 10-6-1 last year after 3 quarters. So they had 10 leads
All right.
and they were tied.
All right. Now, does he have some philosophy to year of teams that have third quarter leads, what that means the following year?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I just was curious.
I think he was just pointing out, first off, who the good fourth quarter teams are and who are not good fourth quarter teams. And the Bears last year were not a good fourth quarter team, as evidenced by the fact that they finished, 7-10? So that means that they blew 3 of their 10 leads, and the game they were tied in, they lost. Oof. That's not good. But it showed that basically through 3 quarters, Mark, offensively, they were a good team. Outgained their opponents by nearly 500 yards through 3 quarters. That EPA, I had to look this up. What does it mean? It's
The Environmental Protection Agency? The hell's that have to do with football?
It's basically expected points added. That's what it's called. Expected points added, your EPA. And they said that the Bears were a top 10 team at the line of scrimmage through 3 quarters last year. They were number 10 EPA. Just go with me. Okay. But that in the fourth quarter, they were the worst EPA team in the league. In points, in turnovers, threw the most interceptions, second worst in terms of yards outgained by. And so, the numbers to me, is that a Justin Fields stat? Turnovers, interceptions, number 1 in turnovers, number 1 in interceptions in the league. And if you think about it, they played more fourth quarters with the lead, at least early in the quarters, than they did coming from behind. Is that coaching? And now, what do we have this year? An improved roster, but a rookie quarterback. And I'm just curious, what do you take with those numbers? A top 10 team in the league through 3 quarters, worst team in the league in the fourth quarter.
I actually think that the year could be very similar for the Bears because they have what, David? They have a rookie quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And I have trouble thinking that this rookie quarterback is going to be dynamic in the fourth quarter. I could be wrong.
So you look at Caleb Williams and you don't see in 2024 CJ Stroud.
I don't.
Well, the odds say you're right. I mean, very few rookie quarterbacks have the year CJ Stroud had. Now, I'm willing to say when I look at Jaden Daniels, I see CJ Stroud. I do. I think Washington has a chance to surprise. I'm all in on him.
And I'm all in on Jaden Daniels as well. I just think it's a huge leap to be asking quarterbacks to win 10 games their rookie year.
There's no doubt. And I mean, look at what they did in Houston last year. Went from a top 2 draft pick, 3 wins, I think, in 2022 to 10 wins in a division title in 2023. I mean, that's
things have to be set up for you. Now, in Washington's case, David, you may be on to something because you and I both think the Giants are who they are, which is a
not
bad
very
football
good
team.
Right. A lot of people really down on the Cowboys this year,
right.
Mark, predicting, maybe even potential grease fire that if the season starts to go south, look out.
But many think Philadelphia did a pretty nice job in the offseason.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a top 5 roster in the NFC for sure, if not top 3. Mm-hmm. But the win's got to come from somewhere. Anybody think Houston, even in the AFC South, was going to go from 3 to 10 in the wins total? But so I just threw those Bears numbers out there. And just, everybody can chew on them, draw your own conclusions. But at least on paper, analytically, statistically, the numbers said, the Bears actually showed signs of being a pretty decent team.
So just quickly, same, better, or worse, the Detroit Lions next year?
Same.
Green Bay?
Better.
Minnesota,
Worse.
Chicago.
Better.
How much better?
Well, and also you could be better, and the schedule and what have you, the win total could be the same. Hell, it could be less. Like, Mark, do I think Detroit's roster will be slightly improved from last year? I do. But I mean, they won 12 games. It's tough for me to envision they're going to do better than that this year. Now, they may do the same, but I mean, to pick a team to do better than 12-5, damn. Like, I'll say this. I don't think the Chiefs, roster-wise, Chiefs aren't better than they were last year. They've lost some key guys, particularly on defense, which carried that team last year. But then again, they went 11-6 last year. I could see with Mahomes, okay, he stays healthy. That division where no one else was 500, never mind above, I could see them putting another 11 or 12-win season on the board, even though I don't think they're as good as they were last year. But I just wanted to throw that out about the Bears.
Interesting. 10 leads going into the fourth quarter. Managed
And a
only
tie.
7 wins.
Yeah, 10-6-1 is what their record would have been after 3 quarters. They finished 7-10. They've made a lot of moves this offseason. The roster's better. We'd all admit the roster's better.
Absolutely. 100%. It's a better roster. They went out and got the receiver. I mean, they've added parts. Their offensive line's now formidable. He's walking into a good situation there, David.
Certainly walked into a better situation than Justin Fields had for 3 years. But, I mean, that you look at these numbers, by the way, and it screams, should they have signed a veteran quarterback to start this year, get off to a good start, and then maybe even hand it to him in November, but hand it to him with a 5-3 record, maybe? You know, Kurt Warner to Eli Manning 20 years earlier. Eli then proceeded to lose his first 6 starts. And he was given a playoff team. So just wanted to throw that out there. Caleb Williams, Little Bears, as the magic numbers are 61, 68, and 73.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of
Yeah, they haven't cut him because they don't have anybody to replace him with yet because they're not deep at the position. But he is a walking injury, never mind a attitude problem. Did help him win that first Super Bowl, though. He was with him. He had 2 big plays in the Super Bowl. Big. I will say, Jutharian, they've really improved their roster. They went out and signed some good players. And he brought in his dad, who's arguably the best offensive line coach ever. So,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, John Forslund to join us at the top of the hour to talk Game 7. Edmonton, Florida tonight. Oilers down 3-0, forced to Game 7. Just the 10th NHL team to ever do that. Trying to become the 5th team to actually win the series after being down 3-0. Trying to become the 2nd team to do it in the finals. Hasn't been done since the Maple Leafs in 1942. Hello. And we're wondering, what's the storyline tonight? Comeback, collapse, choke. We're also asking, are you watching? Because we know it's hockey. I mean, they just had their highest rated game of the series in Game 6. 4.3 million of you watched.
Yeah, there's no way it's doing 10 million unless you're including Canada. It's not doing 2.5 times what it did for the last game. No way.
No, I know you're right.
Be lucky to get to 6.
Oof. It's not good. That's not good. Might be one of the lowest rated Game 7s of all time if that happens. Although there were some doozies about 20 years ago. I mean, Edmonton, Carolina, for goodness sakes. Never mind New Jersey, Anaheim. But we digress.
Wow.
John Forslund in 20 minutes. Hey, so this NCAA tournament's going to expand,
I know.
They had meetings in your backyard last week. The meetings were in Naples. All the NCAA and the commissioners, their annual summer meeting went to Naples. Sometimes they go to your buddy's place on the East Coast.
Right. Sometimes they do the Breakers. This time they did Naples.
Right. Did Naples. And so it's Sankey, it's the Big 12, and it's the ACC. They're the ones pounding the table. We got to expand this sucker. So apparently they have 2 proposals out there, Mark. We're at 68 now. We stayed at 64 for 26 years. I will say. We went from 85 to 2011 at 64. We're coming up on 15 years of the play-in. And, the first 4 in Dayton and 68, becoming 64. So apparently they're either going to go by 4 or by 8. Not next year. That's already etched in stone. But possibly as early as the 26 season. And definitely by 27. So they're going to either go to 72 or 76. And they're not talking about, adding in regular season conference champions from the smaller conferences.
Really?
I know.
They've got to make sure that 7 and 10 Minnesota gets into the tournament.
Yes. Okay, listen, the quotes are all the same. NCAA tournament should be the best teams in the country. We don't think the best teams in the country are being represented. You know what that means? Hey, we need more of our big conference schools in.
We got coaching bonuses that ride on this sucker. What are we going to do here?
You guys hand out $700 million a year to the schools that are in the tournament. We want more of our schools in the tournament. So there. So they're obviously going to need a second, play-in on Tuesday and Wednesday. They're talking about, where to have it, because they still apparently want to just go down to 64 and then have the tournament be the same. But just more play-in games, 4 to 8 more teams. And it's going to happen.
I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I hate every part of it. But David, who's in charge of this?
Well, technically, I think it's Dan Gavitt, Dave Gavitt's kid. Okay, Dan Gavitt, is the NCAA vice president for men's basketball. He's technically in charge, but I mean, do you think he's taking instructions from Yormark and Sankey and Phillips and Petiti?
100%.
Got to remember, this is the NCAA's baby, though. This is where they generate their most revenue that they, farm out to all the other sports.
More teams means, in theory, David, more revenue.
Now, they're locked into a TV contract through 2032 with CBS and Turner, oh, by the way. And I'm very curious, because if you're CBS or Turner, do these games interest you? Do these Tuesday, Wednesday, remember, they put these games on what, Mark?
True TV.
Right, True TV. So these games clearly interest Turner a lot more than they interest CBS. And then how much do they interest Turner if they're not even putting them on TNT or TBS? Because remember, in March, by the way, what's on TNT? The NBA. Now, funny thing is, by the time they expand this tournament, Mark, do you know what's probably not going to be on TNT?
The NBA, David.
So maybe these playing games ain't going to be on True TV much longer.
Now that's a dadgum good point. And there'll probably be multiple games at the same time, unless they're going to try to do this at Dayton and have an afternoon session.
Well, there's two things they're talking about. One is, yes, having to move and come up with some sort of afternoon session. The other thing they're talking about, though, is having a second location and have it be in the western half of the country.
Nobody watches sports in that half of the country. What the hell are we appeasing them for?
Well, because, you got the 4 regions. One of them's the West and the other's, the Midwest, I guess. And so, right now, a lot of the teams that are in Dayton, they get sent to the East or the South. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Or they get sent fairly close in the Midwest region. I did the air quotes there, by the way, for Midwest region. And so now I guess if you had, and I don't know what the location would be. I mean, I think, by the way, let's just say what this is. Let's just have it in Vegas. Seriously. All right. You know what? If you're going to bastardize the tournament, if you're doing this solely for money and to make the big conferences happy, well, hell, if you want it to be successful, if you want people to go, okay, if you want betting it, just have the games in Vegas. Am I off base here? I mean, I know it's far different than Dayton. What's the town in the Mountain or Pacific time zone that correlates with Dayton? Boise? Seriously, if you want to stay in a somewhat centrally located for the region that you're in, where everybody's going to get on a plane and not travel more than 90 minutes, it's another reason I'd go to Vegas. Denver? I mean, where are we doing this? And does it matter?
San Antonio.
Yeah, there you go. But also a place where normally they don't have NCAA tournament games, that the arena is not big enough and you're not trying to sell 14,000. You're just trying to sell 7 to 10. But once again, it's happening, folks. There's no sense complaining about it. Sankey and company have said enough is enough. We want more of our teams in the tournament. because I think we all agree that the big conferences just don't have enough representation anymore.
No, and you know, with the way conferences are growing, David, you can't have less than half your conference get in the tournament.
Okay. So it's happening. Get it out of your system. All right. But then, I advise, like a big appetizer and then swallow it. Okay. So then here's what I'm wondering, though. Can they ruin this, Mark? I mean, if eventually, no matter if they had 4 or 8, I mean, we all pretty much, we humor ourselves that Tuesday and Wednesday with the first 4, but to most of us, when does the tournament start?
Thursday at noon.
And they've all but said in these proposals, guess what the number's going to be noon on Thursday?
64.
So to me, the only way they alter this is if they need an extra day. And they push the Thursday through Sunday back to Friday through Monday. Then I think they can alter this tournament and ratings can go down. But, I mean, for as much as we don't like the middle of the road big conference school that now is going to have an easier path of getting in, is it going to ruin this? Is it going to stop you from watching?
David, as long as it's 64 on Thursday, I don't think that they'll do anything to hinder the tournament.
Okay. One other thought, though. What's the thing that's made the tournament the tournament? The bracket. Now, it's one thing to have 4 games, and 2 of them are 16s battling each other. Well, how many times has a 16 beaten a 1? So, for the most part, it's like, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm picking Purdue. Even though, yes, we know twice Virginia, Purdue, they've lost. Got it. But now if we're going to have all these other teams, I mean, all these games are not going to be 16s against 16s. There's going to be a lot of 11s. Hell, now we're going to have 10s against 10s. It's the other thing. They can't go 12s against 12s because they can't ruin the 5-12 game. But, Mark, could this really affect filling out the bracket? And when are we going to do it?
Well, let me ask you, David, how big of a deal is still filling out the brackets? With widespread gambling, I don't see filling out the bracket. Excuse me, I'm in the middle of a hiccup.
I know you are.
Thing right now, trying to get
some
through
water.
I've got some. It's not working.
I'm sorry.
But, excuse me, as long as I just don't see the brackets being as big of a deal. Like I was in a bracket tournament. The numbers aren't nearly what they used to be.
So you don't think the tournament's success, in terms of a cultural thing, the popularity of the tournament, you don't think it's tied to the bracket anymore?
It's tied to the bracket, but it's not as reliant on the bracket as it was 5, 7, 8 years ago with widespread gambling. This was always one of the highest handle weekends in Vegas, that Thursday through Sunday.
Totally.
Now think about that with widespread gambling. That's fueled it everywhere.
Because that's what I'm wondering. For those of us that love our brackets, how many millions fill out the ESPN.com bracket? I mean, it's more people fill out the ESPN.com tournament bracket than will watch Game 7 tonight. By a wide number.
Yeah, it's not close.
Right. So, I mean, think about it, though. It's tough to fill. If we're having 11s versus 11s and 10s versus 10s everywhere, well, we can't fill out our bracket till we know who wins. So that's going to limit what? We're all going to be filling out our bracket Thursday morning? Late Wednesday night, Thursday morning? Because we actually have to see who's going to win? I don't know. That's where I wonder whether or not, and obviously, I think you and I are in agreement that the whole 76 idea sounds absurd.
100%.
I mean, if you want to add 4 more teams and what, 2 more games? Okay. Whatever. And in theory, like last year, and I don't know how many of you can remember 3 months ago and what the bubble looked like, but that Indiana State team, you have to imagine, would have been one of the 4 extra teams added. So a mid-major would have gotten one of the 4 extra bids last year. Although apparently St. John's and Patino still would have been left out. Seton Hall might have been in, but St. John's still would have been left out. So it's happening, just so you know. Wednesday, Thursday of last week in Naples, it happened. They presented 2 proposals, 72 and 76. They didn't present 68. Didn't present status quo. So it looks like we will have done about a quarter century of 64 and about 15 years when all is said and done of 68. And then we're going to 72 or 76. And their reasoning besides greed, Mark, is that, listen, all these schools that have gone from D2 to D1, you know, the percentage, the representation, we need more teams.
Yeah, that's their out. That we have never had more teams playing Division I basketball, and the percentage is too low. We have to increase that percentage to the way it was. That means more Big Ten teams and more SEC teams can get in the tournament. Miller and Moulton.
Trail. Locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful
It'd be really nice if these go away.
I'm
Never had
sorry.
happened to me before on the air.
I had it once. Are you able to hold your breath or no?
Yeah. I've tried that one.
John knows you're calling. I think so, baby Jules.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this final Monday of June, Game 7 tonight. Edmonton, Florida will be historic no matter what. John Forslund, voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on Turner, Sports USA Radio Network. Follow John on X at John Forslund, Forslund. John, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you? Talkie, baby.
Yeah, good morning, fellas. Yeah, isn't this great? We got some history tonight. It can't get here any quicker, I'll tell you that.
Well, what is it you're looking for tonight? Because Florida's been completely taken out of their game. They're a forechecking team that clogs up the neutral zone when they get their forecheck going. The script has been flipped on the Florida Panthers. So, John, what do you expect tonight?
Well, Game 7s historically are in any series, but certainly in the Stanley Cup Final are different. it's both teams in the same mindset if we can't make a mistake. And unfortunately for both of these teams, that's really not 100% in their DNA. Edmonton has taken advantage of rush chances in this series. They've completely flipped the table. Aside from the chances they had in game 1, games 2, 3, and 4, they were scoring goals off the rush. In the last 3 games, it's been all Edmonton that way. And I don't believe Florida has one. They don't have one goal off the rush, and they have very few chances. So tonight, they're gonna bore the game down, I believe. Florida will do that, and Edmonton will attempt to do that too. I'm not 100% sure, which team that favors if it goes down that road. Usually the games are left in the hands of the players. It's officiated differently than any other game. Steve Kozari and Dan O'Rourke will work this game tonight. They're 2 veteran officials. I believe they'll let the boys decide it. I don't think we'll see too many special team situations. That's usually the case. So it's straight on 5-on-5 hockey. I believe the edge going into the game tonight is with Edmonton. I just not from a general momentum standpoint, but just their belief now, which they believe the entire playoffs that they can come back. And they've done that virtually in every series with the exception of round 1. So I got a slight edge with them tonight, although I picked Florida at the outset of this thing. I still think in many ways they're a better team, but we're in a different world here tonight.
For the record, John had Florida in 7. Mark had Edmonton in 7. I was the one that had Florida in 5, so don't listen to me when it comes to this series. Well, let's just take, and by the way, everything you've said is correct. There's very few power plays in the game 7. Historically, the last 9 game 7s, there's not been a single one of those games that had more than 5 goals scored. So this figures to be a 3-1, 3-2 type of game. John, can Florida hold Edmonton to that type of game? They've given up 20 goals in the last 10 periods.
Well, for a guy who was in the front runner position for the Conn Smythe as the MVP of the playoffs, Bobrovsky, this is his time tonight. And we talked about, potentially going into game 6 in Edmonton and how that player single-handedly could have, put them in a better spot, and he didn't. I don't think that it's all him in terms of where the Panthers are at right now, but certainly tonight, he's the guy that needs to win the net from the other guy. So he needs to win the battle against Stuart Skinner. He needs to put his team in a great spot. If he comes up with, some big saves as he did in game 1, especially at home, that's going to get the positive vibe going for Florida. And, I don't know if it completely boils down to whose goalie is the better in this game tonight, but I really believe that Bobrovsky can be the X factor against Edmonton's top guns. It's always dangerous when Connor McDavid did not have a point in a previous game, and he did not have a point in game 6. So you're really defying the odds tonight to think you're going to keep him off the score sheet again. So he's going to get an abundance of chances, and when those happen, it's really going to be up to Bobrovsky.
You can score first, or you can score a power play goal, but you can't have both. Which would you take tonight?
I take the first goal in this game because I think the first goal in this game allows either team to check. It allows either team to get in defensive position and do what they want to do. Again, we get temporary amnesia during these playoff series, especially this one, because we remember how favorable it was for Florida in the first 3 games. This looked like this would never happen. Now that this has happened, we tend to lean, well, it's all Edmonton now. And we kind of discount how great Florida was in the regular season, how great they were in the playoffs to get here by shutting down Tampa Bay, Boston, the New York Rangers. So you can't disrespect what they bring to the table. And I believe if the Panthers score first, good on them. If not, then the seizing up process continues for Florida. And the mojo continues to run high for Edmonton. And then Edmonton, I believe, maybe whoever scores first, you might be onto something. Whoever scores first tonight might win the game.
Teams that have scored first in this series are 5-1. Only Edmonton in game 2 scored first and lost. By the way, the last 8 game 7s, the team that has scored first has won. Not only that, the team that has scored first never relinquished the lead in winning. So recently, all right, who scores first is a very big deal. If you go back, though, John, and listen, I thought Florida would dominate this series. And when they were up 3-0, though, Edmonton largely outplayed them in game 1. Bob stole a game. Florida outplayed them completely in game 2 and outplayed them for the first 2 periods of game 3. But I could argue, we've played 18 periods in this series, and forget the score sheet. On the ice, I could argue that periods are like 12-6 Edmonton. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, and what's happened, which is astonishing, is the forechecking of Florida, which is a hallmark of their game, has vanished. Edmonton's breaking out the puck far better. They're getting tremendous speed through the neutral zone, which ignites their game, and it pushes everybody back. So as much as we've talked about Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and others, because Edmonton's scoring balance now is part of this series, whereas at the start that would be looked at as a weakness. So that's in play. But let's talk about the two defensive cores. What kind of game is Aaron Ekblad going to bring to the table? Where's Brandon Montour gone in this series? Why did they have to make a change and put Oliver Ekman-Larsson on the first power play in Game 6? To me, it seemed like a panic move. Maybe Montour's hurt. We'll know about all this stuff when the playoffs are over. But, he's a dynamic defenseman that can dictate the game and dictate it in the right ways that can help Florida in this series. But also, and I don't know what the pairings will be tonight because we'll have to see how they skate this morning. Ekblad and Montour have been an excellent pairing against McDavid's line earlier in the series, not so much now. So, Kulikov, Mikula, all these players, what will it be tonight for Florida's back end in front of Bobrovsky? How strong are they going to be? And for Edmonton, I think a quiet player that nobody really has talked about much is Matthias Ekholm. He's been the one anchor on their back end. Bouchard gets all the points. He's Bouchard's partner, but he's been as steady as anybody. He's been the best defenseman in the series for me. And other players like Nurse and Cece and those guys who have had their struggles have reappeared in a good way. So the quiet story tonight will be the back ends of either team, which one's superior, and that's also a big part of the recipe of winning the Stanley Cup.
Well, you kind of led me where I wanted to go, John, because the Edmonton defense has been good. When you look at why Florida's forecheck has cooled off, is it because of that defense of Edmonton? Are they just able to make the first pass? Why is it that Florida can't establish the forecheck right now?
I believe you're right. I think, yes. I think, Florida has not been able to put pucks in places, to establish their forecheck. They don't seem to have the same amount of energy. Maybe they're wearing down a little bit. That could be. But a 2-day break and the adrenaline of a Game 7 should erase any type of injury woe or mental fatigue or general weariness where you lose your jump. So their skating jump should be there tonight. But it's the placement of the puck, where they're putting it. They're going to have to, keep it away from Skinner. Skinner, he doesn't handle the puck great, but he's been clean the last few games. He's been able to get out and contain the rims, stop them in back of the goal, tee it up for the defense, let the defense come back and get it. Quickly, they break it up the ice. That wasn't evident in the first 3 games. This forechecking pressure also calls for a degree of physicality. Florida, for me, has been very quiet that way. They need to have some of that channeled in the right direction. It's dangerous in a Game 7. You don't really want to go too much that way, but they have to get to what makes them a winning team if we're talking about Florida. And physicality is a big part of what they do. So their first man pressure is going to have to be strong. We'll see, how the lines are this morning. We'll see if Maurice tinkers with his fourth line again. He did in Game 6, and he really They put Lomberg back in there. For me, hasn't done much of anything. So maybe Stephen Lawrence and Kyle Oposo get back in there. Those are names that should not really be on the front burner of anybody's topic list when you talk about a playoff series like this. But as you get to this stage, that's when every player counts. So you better have four lines that can play. And to me, that's where they're going to have to get to tonight. And in order to establish a forecheck, if you don't have four lines, you're not going to be at the right level in terms of your energy to get it done. So to me, if that appears tonight, you're right. That's a big part of Florida's success in the past in this series, and if they do win Game 7.
All right, 20 seconds. You sticking to your guns, Florida in 7, or do you think the Oilers have flipped the script?
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I just I'm too stubborn to change. So I felt Florida would win the series, so maybe I'll go with that tonight. But I don't do it with any confidence whatsoever. This Edmonton thing right now is a freight train that's only going to be stopped with the first goal and Florida's best game of the season. If
John Forslund.
From the goal out, forget it.
John Forslund, voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on Turner, and Sports USA Radio. Kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. John, all the best. Be well. Enjoy Game 7 tonight. History.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pool.
Yes, honey, I did get a tan. Once I get a base layer, even if it's light, I don't do the sunscreen. I do the sunscreen when I'm white, so to speak. But once I get ever so slightly tan, then I just Go outside, go in the water, and let it go.
Four segments with hiccups.
I know.
I've got water. Hold my breath.
Do you need to hold the nose, hold your breath? Do you need to go, deep, struggling to breathe? Sonny, I'm wondering, does he go 3?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$21 past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Game 7, called the 2 greatest words in sports. We've got one tonight. Just the 18th time the Stanley Cup Finals have gone the distance. 12-5 are home teams in Game 7, but 0-3 in their last 3. Mark, John Forslund, who we just had on. And by the way, our poll question, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, vote accordingly. You're going to watch tonight. That's all. Just are you going to watch? Because it's hockey Most of you don't watch hockey. And it's two teams that most of you are not fans of. I mean, Edmonton and Florida. I mean, they just did their highest rated game of the series last. It was 4.2, 4.3 million. I mean, that's a sneeze. You know, I mean, come on. That honestly, that's close. That's only a little bit better than what Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese are producing on network television right now. And we know most of you still badmouth the WNBA. But Mark, John Forslund pointed out a couple things, and we just had him on, in which he said, listen, there ain't going to be a lot of penalties called tonight.
Right. Whistles are swallowed in game sevens.
Right. And he said, and both teams end up playing not to make a mistake. And you and I both did some research. We got the last 9 game sevens. There have been 9 game sevens in the last 50 years. Not a single one of those 9 games had more than 5 total goals scored. 94, the Rangers beat Vancouver 3-2. 5 years ago, St. Louis beat Boston 4-1. Those are the only 2 games in which 5 total goals were scored.
So what you're saying is play the under tonight.
Well, definitely play the under, even though that has not been the trend with Edmonton on this roll. I mean, they've scored 20 goals in the last 10 periods, 18 goals in the last 3 games. I mean, think about it, Mark. 8, 5, and 5 Edmonton has scored on their own.
Just to back you up, under 5.5 is minus 155. Over 5.5 is plus 120.
And
Edmonton, a very slight favorite, minus 105, Florida minus 115.
Well, Edmonton was only a slight favorite in game 6, too. You know, Vegas thought that Florida was going to rectify things in game 6. Yeah, they didn't. By the way, we have not talked about this all morning because it's nearly 72 hours ago or so, it seems. Can you believe, and for those that didn't watch game 6, so it's 2-0 Edmonton, a minute into the second period, and Florida scores. And Edmonton challenges and says the play was offsides. And the NHL challenge system is not, it's one thing to challenge, but if you're wrong on the challenge, you give up a power play. So instead of the goal coming off the board and it's 2-0, it could have been 2-1 and Florida, who just scored, goes on the power play.
I was stunned they challenged it. However, in real time, watching it alone, and there's no one there to say it, you know, as I watched the play happen, they made one extra move at the blue line. And I said out loud to nobody, was that offside?
Man, you and I watch a lot of hockey. I was in a room full of 6 people, and I said it out loud. I said, I'm not sure that's on sides.
And the play goes on for a little bit. Goes on for 20 seconds or so.
And then, boom, they score. Right, a few seconds later.
Yeah, 20, probably 10. But, yeah, they get the goal.
Now.
A little extra move at the blue line, not getting the puck in.
And it was razor thin whether it was or was not offsides. Razor thin. But if it's one of those, hockey has remember the NFL when we first went to replay, it had to be clear, okay, undisputed, right? Wasn't that the word? Irrefutable, you know, and so it had to be obvious. And that's exactly how the NHL's replay is worded. It's got to be clear. That was not clear.
No, it was not.
I mean, I think it was 70, 30, 80, 20 that it was. I'm leaning off sides, but you want me to make the call? I got to let the call stand.
And put a penalty on top of it as well? That's a gutsy challenge by Edmonton. I mean, incredibly gutsy.
And, you know, that's not just a replay official on the ice either. That's going to Toronto. They're making that call in Toronto. And I was stunned they took that goal off the board.
You and I both.
Now, would it have changed the game? Don't know. But 2-0. Later in the period became 3-0. And at that point, we all knew this sucker was over. 2-1. And granted, Florida on the power play probably isn't a good thing because they've been terrible lately, but still, they would have made it 2-1. Hey, we have a game. So I thought Florida had a few bad breaks, 5-1 the final, but 2 of them were empty netters. Okay, the third goal, the guy literally turns around, fires it, hits a guy's skate and caroms 100 feet down the ice, and then their guy wins a foot race and scores on the breakaway. Okay, I mean, that's a goal. That's going to happen once a month.
But the first goal was a bad turnover. The second goal, they let a player get behind him on a wrapper, rimming around the boards there. I mean, those were bad defensive plays. So as much as you can talk about that goal, David, I can tell you the other two were horrific defensive plays by the Florida Panthers.
And quite frankly, the type of plays Edmonton's was making in the first few games. But the power of the first goal tonight, and I'm not a huge, to me, I hate it when teams fall on the cliches. Hockey talks about momentum, I think, more than football, Mark. You were in the sport. They talk about momentum all the time in hockey.
David, just got to get a good shift out there, get the momentum back on our side, get the boys digging deep, and we'll capture a little momentum.
And then after a few good shifts and some momentum, as you called it, what would be best for the organization? If the boys could get the first goal. I think the first goal goes a long way tonight, boys.
But the numbers support that it goes a huge way in winning this game tonight.
5-1 in this series, who scores first wins. But in the last 8 game sevens, the team that has scored first has won. And in fact, they haven't even given up the lead. To me, if you believe that this game will follow past game sevens in terms of how low scoring it would be, it would then make sense that the first goal is so important. Well, hell, we're not going to have many tonight. I mean, once again, last 9 game sevens have not had more than 5 goals scored in the game total. Have only had 5 scored twice. Okay, 4 is the total that has happened most times. 2 times 3, 2 times 5, 5 times 4.
The one big difference between all those other numbers and now is the rate at which we pull goaltenders in the National Hockey League.
Mm-hmm.
That never used to be the case.
That is
Very
true.
rarely did coaches pull a goaltender when they were down 2, and they certainly didn't do it with 5 minutes left down 2.
So there you have it. Game 7 tonight. Road team has won the last 3. Home teams dominated game 7s in the finals before that. Who do you like tonight? Our poll question, you're going to watch tonight? I mean, that's just it. We're just asking, are you going to watch? Yay or nay? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to
Jake, no offense. We're not doing College World Series talk.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. History tonight. First off, it's a game 7. Secondly, you don't have in all the sports. I mean, think about it. It's happened once in baseball, period, that a team down 3-0 has come back and won. It's still never been done in the NBA. In fact, Mark, only 4 times in the history of the NBA has a team down 3-0 forced a game 7. Now, we saw one of those suckers just last year, Boston, down 3-0 to the Heat, forced a game 7, only for the Heat to go on the road and dominate game 7 and win to go to the finals. I mean, in the history of the NBA, what's just taken place in the last 2 weeks in hockey, it's the 10th time it's happened in hockey. It's only happened 4 times previously in the NBA, with no team winning the game 7 after being down 3-0. 4 times in hockey, the team down 3-0 has actually won the game 7, once in the finals. And we all know about the Red Sox to the Yankees in 2004. Only time in baseball, by the way, a team down 3-0 has come back and won it.
So, yes, for those listening, we are talking a lot of hockey today. It is the Florida Panthers. It is the game's best player in Connor McDavid. And it is a game 7 in historic fashion. So it deserves a little more time than the NBA free agency talk you will get on many of these networks later on this morning.
It is a crazy week. NBA drafts Wednesday, Thursday. NHL drafts Friday, Saturday. Free agency in both sports begins a week from today. But you're allowed in both sports now to talk to your own free agents beforehand. I mean, trades are being made in the NHL. The season's not over yet. Hell, a coach has been fired during the Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, it's remarkable. There are a lot of hockey fans, Mark, and I don't know if you care, and you've lived in Florida now for 25 years, but I mean, the hockey season ending on June 24th. Man, that's late.
Seems a little late.
Yeah.
By like a month.
At least 2 weeks. I mean,
right. The first day of summer was the other day.
Yeah, when you're playing 2 games in the finals, technically in summer, the season's gone on a long time. Whew.
That's what TV will do to it, David.
Yeah, well, and yes. Yep.
This is
No
TV.
way around it.
We are a TV show with these sports, and they are making sure they extend them as long as is humanly possible.
There is another championship game tonight, College World Series in Omaha. Number 1 team in the country against the number 3 team in the country. Usually the top seeds don't fare this well. They may get to Omaha. They don't necessarily get to the final. Tennessee against Texas A&M. All SEC affair. There's also, Mark, have you seen the game within the game? They got this new contest in recent years in Omaha. Okay, this one established
the bar that sells shots?
Right. And so the 8 teams go to Omaha, and they put the 8 teams up on the list, and they keep track of the fans and the number of shots they order. And apparently it's nip tuck between Tennessee and A&M fans.
But they're not anywhere near what LSU was last year, are they?
No. That's the gold standard.
I was really hoping that my son's alma mater, East Carolina, would get there because they would have given LSU a run for their money.
I agree, especially if they had gone on any kind of run once they got there. But they keep losing in, the game or two before Omaha, right?
Well, this year was the region, but yes.
Right. So the fact that they would have gotten there, Greenville, North Carolina would have just, the whole
Shut
town would have
down.
been there. Yeah. I'm with you. But apparently it's so nip tuck. Clay Travis, big Tennessee Vols fan, bought 1,000 shots for Vols fans yesterday to put Tennessee back in the lead.
Good for him.
Yeah. Well, he's doing pretty well financially. He can
He
afford
1,000 shots.
Right. I have to admit, I don't know the most drinks you've ever bought, like you're buying around, like I don't know. I never had a hole in one. Have you had a hole in one?
I've never had a hole in one, and I'm glad you brought this up because I think this is one of the more inept rules, unwritten rules in all of sports. You get a hole in one, you have to buy everyone drinks.
Yes. Thank you. How did this? Why should it be the other way around? Shouldn't you come in with proof, show the scorecard, have your buddies vouch for you, and like the bar gives you a drink?
Yes. Or
the foursome or twosome that you were in, you all drink on us. Congratulations. Tell us all about it. Well, I bumped at a 7-wood from 168. Okay, great. Congrats. Yeah, it landed before the green and hopped over it. I played the break just perfectly. By the way,
I didn't know all 7-wood players were Canadian.
I was going to say, man, I didn't realize that a Canuck hit the little Ginty there.
Did you own a 7-wood?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hit the tar out of it. Oh, my goodness. When in doubt, just pulled the sucker out. And
Club's making a comeback.
Is it?
It's making a comeback. And I mean, at the highest levels, guys are carrying them now.
I hit the 7-wood so well. My buddy who chimes in via text and Twitch often said he would call it my illegal club. He would be like, you don't hit any club in your bag the way you hit that club. That club must be illegal. Crushed it. Fairway, rough, didn't matter. Honestly, I was Scotty Scheffler with the 7-wood.
Let's calm down a little bit over there.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
6 wins before July.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
6.
That's pretty good. He finally got out of the had only won tournaments, in February, March there, April. He's shown he can win in May and June.
Tom Kim makes a great birdie to force the playoff on 18 with all the commotion that was going on with the whack jobs that decided to rush the green and dump paint or whatever it is they dumped on it.
And by the way, can we just sidebar here? When you protest, don't you want a receptive audience for the protest? If we're going to do a protest, don't we want the people, when they see what we're protesting for, to be like on our side?
David, is there a golf tournament played anywhere in this country where you could win over the fans as a protester? And I'm not joking around here. That is an audience that's pretty stringent in what they like. As a matter of fact, after they dragged the protesters off, the crowd was chanting USA, USA.
Correct. Okay. The sport itself is very Republican, very conservative. The cause was the environment, which is seen as a Democratic, more liberal cause. Now, I understand the tournament was in Connecticut. That's about as liberal a state as they host a tournament in. But, okay, if we were meeting to do the protest, I would say, guys, this is not the audience. You're not going to get a very receptive audience here.
Copa America, they might be more receptive to you.
Right. Might be.
Might.
But much better chance of A, getting the network to show your protest, and B, having a more receptive crowd.
Love Scotty Scheffler after winning the tournament, saying what a great job the cops did, the police did, and clearing that out. If he would have added to that, I was a little fearful that they were going to come after me. It would have been an all-timer.
Now, if Scheffler had said, I have to admit, I'm only used to the cops before the round. This kind of freaked me out during the round. What's next? Post round?
But it was cute. Tom Kim makes the birdie putt. He gives a double fist pump.
Mm-hmm.
And he should. It was a great putt.
Yeah.
Great birdie. Great shot to get that close.
Right.
And then they go to a playoff in the same hole and he dumps it in the trap.
But I love the fact that, the protest was on 18 and it was on the green, and they kind of marked it up a little bit. And so while the guys were being driven to the tee, they moved the hole.
Yep. We'll fix it. No worries.
But you have to admit, it's unusual. Did you play? Oh, I played the hole again. Oh, yeah, it tucked in behind the bunker. Oh, no, they moved it. No, second time we played it, they moved it over here. But yeah, Scotty Scheffler the win. Number 6. That's a lot. That's good. Curious, by the way, anybody watch any LIV?
David, I turned it on because Saturday, the Travelers was rained out.
Right.
And I'd thrown on the women's tournament and was watching that. And I said, oh, Live Golf must be on. Let's
Right.
watch a little Live. Turned
Huge
it on.
crowds. Huge crowds in Nashville.
Turned it on. Abraham Answer was being shown.
Okay.
He hit a bad 3-wood on a par 5. Hit
Okay.
it left. Proceeded to take the club with 2 hands over his head and tomahawk it down the fairway about 30 yards. And I turned it off. I have no need to watch Abraham Answer throw clubs.
Ooh, I didn't realize that you're that you're a big golf etiquette guy.
There's a club. Look, I'll laugh at a guy that throws a club, but at the highest level, when they're firing them down the fairway, it was a little much for me. It almost looks staged. Hey guys, we're not getting the ratings we want. Let's start throwing clubs.
Gotcha. So,
And that was the end of me watching Live Golf. I literally one shot, turned it off. I was done for the weekend.
now, if he had gone sidearm and tomahawked it, would that have been
If he'd
okay?
just fired it back at the bag, I'd have been fine. But it just looked like a putz.
Alrighty then.
I can say that, can I?
Hey,
I did now.
You're co-host, producer, engineer of this show. There's not a damn thing you can't do. Not now.
It's a good point. I don't even know where the dump button is either. I probably should have learned that. I would guess it's this red one over here. I mean, that would make sense, but I don't know.
Either that or we're alerting Russia and the Ukraine of missiles, one or the other. So be careful with the red buttons.
Huh.
I mean, that studio's old. That studio may go back to the SALT treaty for all we know. So take it easy.
This council does. That's for sure.
No doubt about it. Yep. But think about it, what we have tonight. Just the 10th time in the history of the NHL that a team down 3-0 is forced to Game 7. It's only happened 4 times in the NBA. No NBA teams won the 7th game, by the way, that they forced. 4 of the previous 9 in hockey have won the Game 7. Only once before in finals history has this happened, 82 years ago. And, of course, the famous baseball example of the Red Sox coming from 3-0 down to beat the Yankees. Do you know there was a 3-0 comeback to force a Game 7 in baseball very recently? Nobody talks about it because it was the pandemic year. The Rays were up 3-0 in the LCS on the Astros. The Astros came back and forced a Game 7. And obviously the Rays won because then they went to go play the World Series. And, of course, Blake Snell was throwing a 2-hitter and was taken out of the game. That's not going to be remembered for
No, on a night like tonight, as we get ready for a Game 7, those are the things you think about.
Yeah.
The what ifs for so many teams, David.
Yeah. Uh-huh. But I mean, and that's why we asked you going to watch tonight, because we know most of you are not hockey people. And we know most of you today are like, man, they're spending a lot of time on hockey. It's kind of the history, though, of sports. We're all into sports. You're listening to this show, you love sports. What's happening tonight doesn't happen. Baseball, basketball, hockey, you get a team down 3-0. Soccer's over.
Over.
And no, actually, now it's not. Huh. I'll be damned. Like, I'm curious how many of you, Yankees, Red Sox, did you think the Red Sox were going to win Game 7? We all know the history. They still hadn't won the World Series. We all know the Yankees, Red Sox history. Okay. Did you think Boston was going to finish the job? Or did you think, oh, no. Yankees are home.
I thought the Yankees were going to get it at home. I thought they were going to break their hearts.
And so, how many of you thought Boston last year in the conference finals against the Heat, once they forced the Game 7, thought, oh, hell, they're going to go home and win? Nope. Heat won on the road. Red Sox won on the road. Last 3 teams to play a Game 7 for the finals in the NHL. No comebacks, but just to force a Game 7. The road team has won the last 3 Game 7s. Edmonton, Florida, tonight. Vote on their poll question. Are you going to watch Miller and Moulton?
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years?
Johnny, we don't do politics on this show. Nobody cares about my politics or Mark's politics.
My hiccups are back.
I know. I saw that after a segment or 2 without him. Oh, no, Irish. They did cheat. It's just a matter of were they cheating in 2020. We don't think they were cheating in 2020. But they were cheating in 2019. Yeah, most sports fans are not happy with protesters, period. It's like, hey, we came here for sports. Leave it alone. Johnny, the tour is very Republican. If you take a look at the makeup of the crowds, okay, also the people that play it are usually, it's just the stats are on my side.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton. It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. It is the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, it's his Jordan flu game. And then midway through the flu game, he got the hiccups.
Got rid of the hiccups, and then they came back.
Which I have to admit, I mean, what's more rare? A team coming back from 3-0 to win a series, or once you get rid of the hiccups coming back?
It's a double hiccup day, David. I've never experienced this before, and I've never in all the time that I've done this, hockey broadcasts, doing the show for 17 years, I've never gotten the hiccups during the show. There they were again.
Well,
and it's really annoying.
I've had it happen once. Had to go to break and just hold my breath and guzzle every ounce of water I could get and what have you. And was lucky to get rid of them before the next break started. But
I'm a little nervous to guzzle water based on the night that I've gone through.
Exactly. Right. So I understand. So Mark is really toughing it out. Okay. And our depth chart is, you know what? We're thin. And by thin, all right, Miller and Moulton are Miller and Moulton.
That's it.
Right.
There's no one else.
Right. Now, Miller and Moulton do not think of themselves as thin because we're not. Okay. But
no, but this little food poisoning is a great jumpstart to the diet. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I decided I hadn't got on the scale in a long time. Like, you know what? I'm jumping on the scale this morning. This was good work over the last 20 hours.
So how many more days? I know you need to get rid of the hiccups real soon. So how many more days of what it is you're battling do you need for you to go, you know what? My shape-up's just about complete.
Oh, wow. I would need this to continue for a while.
The week?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I'll take the health and the weight coming back before another night like last.
What's that drug that everybody's taking now to lose weight
Ozempic?
with? What is it?
Ozempic, I believe it is.
Or Ozempic or Ozempic?
Ozempic,
All right.
something like that. Yeah, I want it.
Okay. Well,
badly.
Well, but a week-long flu. I mean, that seems like that would get the job done. Wouldn't be pleasant, but if you're looking to drop 15 or 20 in a week, have to admit you sound like you're getting ready to go to a reunion. I mean, what is there, an outfit you're trying to fit in soon?
No, I've just been growing, David. And I should be past that point in my life. That's all.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's
fair enough.
David, you and I are a lot alike when it comes to food.
We like it.
We like it, and we eat anything that's not nailed down.
Right.
And I've been on a roll lately. That's all.
And of course, doing a show with me is not helping you stop that roll at all. At all. I just had like a 3-day mini vacation with my wife's side of the family in which, we rented out this 10-bedroom Airbnb and stocked it with food walking in the door. Man. So let me get this straight. 3 days, largely indoors with a pool and a fully stocked. Yeah. So I hear you. I'm not at maximum density, but I think I can see it from here. I do. So Game 7 tonight in hockey. Will the Panthers avoid what will go down as a historic collapse/choke? They'll be just the 5th hockey team to be up 3-0 to lose in a series. They'll be just the 2nd team to do it in a final. I mean, we thought, hey, this team's going to be like the Lightning. They're going to win this cup and they're going to compete for the next 2, 3, 4 cups. They're going to be right there. Mark, you have to wonder if they don't win tonight. I mean, is this group just going to be done?
Well, I've said throughout the show, this is more of a collapse than a choke to me. But David, if you lose all 4 games, the choke word comes out. There's no other word that can come from blowing a 3-0 deficit, no matter what Edmonton's done.
And then Edmonton trying to be the first Canadian team in 31 years. This is their sport. They take great pride in this. Connor McDavid to the NHL is Patrick Mahomes. I mean, now Mahomes has how many Super Bowl rings now? 3? 4? 3, right?
3.
But, Mahomes is recognized as clearly the best player in the sport. Do we have somebody in the NBA right now, by the way, that we think is clearly the best player? There's no debate. Obviously 5 years ago it was LeBron. For a long time it was LeBron. Post Kobe, it was LeBron. There was an hour where people were trying to say Kevin Durant. But it's been LeBron for a long time. It's not LeBron's still a great player, but he is going to be 40 at the end of the year. He's not the best player in the game. Scottie Scheffler is the best golfer in the world, period. Right now. It changes pretty quickly in golf, but Scottie Scheffler is the best in the world, period. End of sentence. Connor McDavid is the best hockey player in the world. Patrick Mahomes is the best NFL player. Baseball and basketball, it's kind of up for debate, isn't it?
Well, next year it'll be Ohtani again when he's pitching. I mean, how does that? I mean, the moment he goes back on the bump, is he the best player?
Yeah, if healthy. If starting 30 times or even 25 times. But like right now is just a hitter, Ohtani or Aaron Judge. Who would you take? There are other great players. We all know there are other great players. You could argue the before he got hurt last week. I mean, the versatility of Mookie Betts is ridiculous. The fact he could be an all-star outfielder and then come in last year and play second base and this year play shortstop. This is major leagues we're talking about here. This is not your high school team. It's ridiculous.
I mean, two of the best players could be hurt in baseball between Acuna and Betts.
So, this is without question best player of his sport. And by the way, he's been around for more than an hour. What's this, year 9? Now he's young because, guys like this end up showing up in the league when they're teenagers or right around 20. So, I mean, he's still a young guy. But it's not like he hasn't been trying to dance with Lord Stanley, for an hour. And now here they are. And as we've seen in sports, do we really know that they're going to get back to this situation? Considering as a franchise, it took them 18 years to get back to the finals. And that team, by the way, overcame a 3-1 deficit to force a Game 7 on the road and lose. But there's no guarantee that Connor McDavid gets another shot at this.
No, Edmonton, you could argue, David, they're lucky to be in the final.
I mean, Ovechkin, one time, Ovechkin had one shot at this sucker when he and the Caps got to the finals. He's probably going to end up breaking Gretzky's record as the all-time leading scorer. He ended up with one shot at this sucker, and they got the job done. So, history tonight. The fact the game's even taking place is a wow. Now what happens? It will also be a wow, no matter the storyline. Let's just say Florida plays like they did in Game 2. 4-1 win for the Panthers. Clearly the better team. I'd be like, wow, they got their together. They'd gotten their kicked for over a week, and they got their together. Good for them. Congrats. I mean, this would be second year in a row losing in the finals. And this would be the most crushing finals defeat that any team has had since World War II. I mean, are we sure this group, this franchise recovers from this if they lose tonight?
No, David. Paul Maurice has never won a cup. He's won more games than any other coach to have never won a cup. And as calm and cool as he'd been when that goal was disallowed, he blew a gasket on the bench. and to me, rightly so.
I'll tell you what, had a little time in the sword in him, didn't he? If you were lip reading, it was pretty easy to lip read what he was saying, too.
A very good enunciation.
I did not, in the lip reading, by the way, I did not lip read it with a Canadian accent, just so you know. For whatever reason, when he started cursing, I took it in English. Maybe that was a mistake by me. But, the Canadians are just so nice that I don't picture them cursing like that. But, man, he strung a few together.
Seems to be good at it, David.
Yes. Well, let's face it, Mark. Most coaches really are.
It is their paint and brush, if you know what I mean.
They don't always bring it out, but they've got it. They do. And then obviously we know the storylines on the other side, what it would mean for Canada. This is kind of like Canada's like the SEC, isn't it? SEC football roots for other teams. They chant SEC, SEC. Maybe there's a few people in Calgary that really don't want to see Edmonton win.
That would be it, though. Vancouver fans rooting for him, Ottawa fans rooting for him, Canadian fans rooting for him, Maple Leaf fans rooting for him. There's no doubt. Winnipeg, they're all on board with bringing Lord Stanley back home north of the border.
The best player in the sport would get his. So, we don't have to worry about him being in his mid-30s and being Raymond Bourque or, just is John Elway going to get his before he retires? We're not going to have to worry about that. Is he going to be Dan Marino, Patrick Ewing, Karl Malone? Get this out of the way now. Game 7 tonight, 8 o'clock. They'll drop the puck about 20 after. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. MillerandMoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say? This is stupid.
Did you see video of Paul McCartney over the weekend dancing at a Taylor Swift concert with the Swifties?
Paul McCartney or Tom Cruise?
Paul McCartney.
Okay,
Cruise was there, but because she did 3 shows in London, so I think McCartney went to a different show.
Who's living a better life than Travis Kelce right now?
Don't know. So the Pistons GM, who got basically demoted when they hired Trajan Langdon, he just left. He went to the Wizards.
Here's the thing. I've gotten rid of them again, but I can feel that they're right there ready to come back.
Portnoy's got a good life going. He does. Not sure he has Travis Kelce's life. It's close, though. He's making more money.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us on this final Monday of June. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. College World Series being decided tonight. We know college softball and baseball both growing steadily in popularity. I mean, they don't have a Caitlin Clark to take their sport to a level never before seen, but college softball and baseball both getting better ratings seemingly year in, year out. Tennessee A&M, 2 SEC teams, number 1 against number 3, playing for the Natty, 7 o'clock tonight in Omaha.
Should end around 11:15.
The games, they do take a while. Yes.
Mound visits require everybody to be out there. Then you've got the whole every pitch being called from the dugout. It's a long watch, David.
If you were commissioner of, how stringent would you be with timing things? Like in baseball, we saw Saturday, the Colorado Rockies' winning run in the bottom of the 9th was scored because the Nats pitcher, with bases loaded, 2 outs, committed a pitch clock violation. Ball 4, run scored, Rockies win. Like, I watched a little soccer over the weekend, Mark. People in the house were big soccer fans. Okay, they put soccer on the tube. Okay, sure, fine. I'll be in the pool. I'm good. But eventually I got out of the pool. Soccer was still on. Okay, fine. Here's the thing. They hold up the sign. Hey, I'm taking Moulton out. I'm putting Miller in. Okay. Man, does Moulton take his time leaving the field.
Right. It is my wife's bone of contention with the sport of soccer is stoppage time. That drives her nuts. What do you mean? We've played 45 minutes and a half, and now you put up how many minutes are you going to put up? Are you going to put up 2? Or are you going to put up 4? Are you going to put up 5? What is it that you're putting up? And when does it actually end? Does it end at the end of 5 minutes? Or if a team's on the rush, are we going to let them continue the rush until it ends?
And if during the stoppage time somebody flops around like a fish faking an injury, do we just say, oh, well, we're losing? Or do we go, well, I've got to add another minute.
Now I've got to add more stoppage time.
Because this guy flopped around like a fish. I'm not getting to the fake injuries. Fake injury, honestly, I yell at the soccer fan in the room when they do what they do with the injuries.
Replay kills the fake injury.
Oh, my goodness. And not only that, they cry out like they've been shot. They go down in such a heap. They grab the ankle or the shin or the knee. I mean, obviously, this person's never going to walk again. And 40 seconds later, they've got the ball. Honestly, I would kick so many. I would suspend so many players after the fact. They'd run me out as committee. I wouldn't last a week.
No, you would not.
But the stoppage,
you give the red card or the yellow card for diving.
Oh my goodness! I just. But after the fact, I would suspend him. I go, listen, Alberto here, Tony, whatever the guy's name is, Christian. Seriously, you flopped around for 1 minute and 13 seconds. You have a shin guard, okay? He kicked you in the shin. Are we serious? We don't allow this in grade school. Okay.
It is tough when our favorite playoff sport is hockey.
Yes.
To then watch soccer in and around a hockey game and take their injuries seriously.
Oh, man. Guy fell to the ground, held his shoulder, dropped over. He's like, what is it, separated? Okay. Are you? No,
well,
you're
the U.S.
fine.
Bolivia game last night, Pulisic ran into a Bolivian player. The player was holding his head before he went down, and he was never hit in the head.
And here's what happened, too. 20 years ago, U.S. teams did not do it, and it hurt us. We weren't getting the calls. Okay, American soccer teams played like hockey teams. They just kept going. We plowed through things. Our opponents would flop all over the place. They would get the calls. We said, well, we got to start getting these calls.
Right, can't beat them, join them.
And once the American teams start flopping, oh, for goodness sakes. Seriously? Come on now. We play football in this country. We play hockey.
Do need to teach the men's team. All of them should know the words to our national anthem. I watched the Bolivian team in arm, screaming their country's national anthem. And then the U.S. national anthem was played, in which the first 5 guys looked as if they were in a kid's choir at the age of 7,
looking around,
singing Watermelons. Just lip syncing whatever word it was.
A lot of pressure on the Panthers crowd tonight after that Edmonton crowd and the stirring rendition. By the way, was the U.S. anthem getting booed at the beginning?
Well, we booed theirs.
Oh, did we?
On game 5.
Oh, you can't be doing that, man. Come on now. Can't be booing a country's anthem. No, that's not right.
The wife and I were watching game 5. We're like, are they booing that anthem? And she says it kind of sounds. Now, it wasn't the whole crowd, but there were people booing the Canadian anthem.
You can't do that. No way. You cannot do that. There's no unwritten rule that covers that. No. We do not boo countries' anthems. No. We don't cheer injuries. We don't boo countries' anthems. That's not right. I thought what happened in game 6 was some of the Canadian crowd was trying to continue their chant. They had a chant going. and then the U.S. anthem started, and some of them continued with the chant. And I thought other Canadians in the crowd started booing those that were still trying to do the Oilers chant to get them to stop. But it was for about 15, 20 seconds. It's like, oh, man, don't tell me they're booing the anthem. Can't be doing that.
No.
Not right. Come on now.
Who's banging the drum tonight?
Listen, I'm going Scott Mellenby. I'm going old school. I know everybody will go, who? What? He's the guy who killed the rat in the, in the locker room 28 years ago. They go on this run. They go to the finals. That's why they throw the rats on the ice still. I'm going Mellenby. Would you go, D. Wade?
I would.
If I can't get Wade, do you do Koepka, season ticket holder, 5-time major champion?
I'm not doing Jack ever again.
Oh, man, Jack didn't. You could tell he had never been to a Panthers game. He didn't know how to do the drum.
Think you could have a little warm up with that somewhere.
I agree. But then, it means you got to get there, and Jack's not showing up early enough for a warm up.
No, and he was leaving pretty early after he banged the drum, too.
Yeah.
Think you made the start of the third?
Oh, no. No. It was 4-2 at the time, but no, I'm saying no. All right. And the Twitch chat room, somebody said Wade would be terrible. Why? Won 3 championships, was a finals MVP. Wade County, for goodness sake. Seriously?
I like Wade.
I mean, I'd go Mellenby, though. I would. I'd go one of our own.
Interesting.
I know we've never won the cup, but I'd go one of our own. And you know what I'd have him do? I'd have him mend it and throw some rats.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
buddy of mine said that you plowing through with the hiccups is John Forslund should just, say that's hiccups, baby. Can't really if that is true. I do know a few Lightning fans who are like, yeah, not the Panthers.
You know what the cheapest ticket for tonight's game is?
Isn't it in the thousands?
Under that now. It's just under 1,000. $965 for a single ticket. It was $1,300 yesterday.
If I had purchased, let's just say we had purchased our 4 tickets and we're like, okay, we're going to sell one of them. Do you sell 1 or 2?
2.
So you go to game 1 and then you sell game 2?
Yeah.
Excuse me. I got to admit, Adam, this whole AI thing scares the hell out of me. And I'm not a big legislation guy, but internet privacy and AI scare the out of me. I actually do think we have to do something. I think certain things are just not right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote in our poll question at that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, which is simply, you're going to watch tonight. And by what we mean game 7, Edmonton and Florida. How many of you are going to be like, no, man, watching baseball? No, watching College World Series. No, the wife's got the TV tonight. Aren't the swimming trials over also?
Oh, I don't know. They were on last night. All I know is that there was there was Olympic trials on in my house.
Yeah, track and field, swimming. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
She went to the other room, too, to turn them on. Left me to watch Olympic trials.
So she didn't kick you out of the main room? She went to the bedroom?
She went to the bedroom for Olympic trials.
Wow. Is that her, hey, this is serious, I need to concentrate, shut up?
I think most nights are like that in our house, David.
Okay.
I need to concentrate. Why don't you shut up for a little bit?
was just meaning sports, but television viewing. But okay. If you want to go big picture, that's fine. By the way, you really going to do this? Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Are we still on round 2 with the hiccups?
Hiccup round 2 is gone. I feel as if they could come back at any point.
I was going to say, I'm watching.
It looks as if I'll muscle through the show. The whole podcast thing is going to be painful.
Well, if you got to go home, got to go home.
We'll get it done.
Okay. All right. Well.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for the Florida Panthers, David. But today in 1880 was the first performance ever of O Canada.
Oh.
Yeah. Saw that and I went, I've got to do this segment now just for that. Today in 1922, the Chicago Staleys were renamed the Bears. 1947, Jackie Robinson steals home for the first of 19 times. 19 times he stole home. We go all the way to 91. The NHL adopts replay and the 10th of a second clock were added to the NHL today in 91. The Magic draft Shaq today in 92.
Should have kept them. Should have kept them. The Orlando Sentinels to blame as much as anything. Put the poll in the paper. Should the Magic pay them? 80% of the people said no. Honked them off.
New Jersey sweeps Detroit today in 95. Dwight Howard drafted first by the Magic today in 04. John Wall was drafted first by the Washington Wizards today in 2010. And the Blackhawks defeat the Bruins in 6 today in 2013. Jack Dempsey, Chuck Taylor, Big and Shoes. Billy Casper, Sam Jones, and Jeff Beck all born today. Drummer Mick Fleetwood is 77. Everybody's name when they double hit a ball. TC Chen is 66 today.
He was winning that 85 U.S. Open. He was cruising. Double hit the chip. Fell apart. Andy North caught him, beat him by 1. Only 2 wins of Andy North's career were both U.S. Opens.
And Lakers coach J.J. Redick's 40.
We didn't get to that.
We didn't even touch it.
All right. Spend a couple minutes. Do you think that that's a joke, or do you think that it's bold?
I think it's very bold. He's going to, as much of a basketball savant as he is, he's going to have to bring people in to help run offenses and defenses, I would think. And then he runs the room, so to speak.
He didn't take mild criticism well as an analyst. Do we think he'll take it better as a coach? He's going to get a lot more grief as a coach.
A lot more. This is LA. This is the number 1 team there, and it's not even a joke.
I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but I'm not kidding when I say it. I know it's likely not to happen. LeBron should go to Philadelphia. They would be a problem if he went there. Him, Embiid, and Maxey, they need a distributor. LeBron needs to play a few less minutes, not have the load of the world on his shoulders. Embiid needs to have a good enough team around him that when he misses the 20 games a year he's going to miss, that they can win the game so that they have a good playoff seeding and they don't fall apart. LeBron's won a title. He's gone to 10 finals. Not only that, he's got a kid who's going to be a junior in high school. Send him to Lower Merion High School. Send him to Kobe's High School. There are great basketball schools in and around Philadelphia. right now, you're LeBron. I'm asking a brutally honest question. Better chance of winning. You got 2 years left. Philly or the Lakers?
Philly. David, though, I might answer it Cleveland.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
The answer to that question might be Cleveland.
Especially since you could then trade Garland and get even more assets for him. Tell you what, though, you got to get the ball away from Donovan Mitchell. I mean, at least in Philly, he'd still have the ball in his hands. It would go to Embiid, and then it would eventually, Maxey would get his shots, but he would have the ball in his hands. He likes to have the ball in his hand.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Maryland for the good, where it was a slow day at the Union Latina store in Salisbury. So a worker there said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy some scratchers to pass the time. Pass the time for a cool $150,000.
Nice.
For the bad, we go to Matt Lachey, where people having dinner at Maselli's restaurant were shocked when an SUV was floating in Pine Island Sound in Matt Lachey Pass. Fortunately, no one was in the SUV. They just happened to watch the SUV floating down Matt Lachey Pass. Little extra dinner ambiance for you. Finally, the ugly. We go to Virginia, where an animal control officer in Virginia was summoned to a Goodwill after an employee sorting through a box of donated books found something they couldn't read, a snake.
You know I have the heebie-jeebies right now. You know you're killing me. You had that poisonous snake in the child's bed on Thursday. I mean, you're just killing me.
Animal control officials were able to take the snake out. No one was injured, but a few people were given the heebie-jeebies.
Oh, man.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 24th, 2024.
By the way, I didn't get to it. So Congress today, 27 years ago, they did the first report on Roswell, in which they said, there's no UFOs. There's nothing going on. 231 pages, by the way.
To say nothing's going on.
I was going to say, can't you do that in a page or two? So, just your
Somebody wanted extra credit.
I mean, is that to justify the money you spent on the report? I mean, I'll just say in the last 27 years, they changed their tune. That's all. Now, apparently, it's a thing. 27 years ago, not a thing. Nothing to see here. It's not going on. I don't know what you're talking about. So we got 12 Major League Baseball games tonight. Tampa Bay's home for Seattle. Mariners just lost the series to the Marlins. 6:50 first pitch. Marlins on the road in Kansas City. Royals have been struggling. Royals are 9 back now in the Central? Are the Royals even in the playoffs today, or did have the Red Sox overtaken them? I mean, the Red Sox are on a roll. They're like 6 games over 500. Okay, Royals are 5.
Red Sox have passed the Royals by a half a game, David.
Yeah, Royals will be out. 3 teams from the East as of right now. I'm just going to throw, speaking of the Red Sox, they're hosting Toronto. If you ran the Toronto Blue Jays, you're 6.5 behind the Red Sox. The Red Sox, who were picked for last, who finished last a year ago. I know I'm obsessed with this because I bet that this guy was going to be the first manager fired, and we still haven't had a manager fired, so I can still win the bet. But I just can't believe we were almost to July. They're 7 games below 500. The Toronto Blue Jays.
Right.
They won 90 games last year.
Should have been a playoff team, and they're done.
I don't know how people still have their jobs. Anyway.
David, they can't hit, but they can't pitch either.
Right. It's a hell of a combination. College World Series tonight, 7 o'clock, 4-letter network. You got Tennessee and A&M.
Go Vols.
Vols are the home team for what it's worth because they're the better seed. So there you go.
They deserve it. They've had so many good years. They've been a number one seed. They've not gotten to Omaha. It would be big for Tennessee to win this.
A&M used their closer to get 5 outs, I believe, or 8 outs. No, 8 outs, I think, on Saturday. He threw a bunch of pitches. He threw nearly 50 pitches. I mean, obviously they'll use him tonight if they can, but I'll be curious whether or not the fact that they really used him Saturday, whether or not if he needs to, get those final 3, how much gas he's got left in the tank. And then obviously drop the puck 8:20-ish, 8:25. Edmonton trying to do something hasn't been done in 82 years in the finals. Come back from 3-0 down and win Lord Stanley's Cup. Do they do it, Mark?
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Florida has got to figure something out with the forecheck. If they don't, Edmonton's speed will kill them again.
I said before this series started that Edmonton winning would be the biggest hockey upset in the NHL for me in the finals, maybe since I've been a hockey fan. That's how much I liked Florida in this series. For them to do it coming from 3-0 down trumps that. Honestly, this would be the most jaw-dropping thing for me that I've ever seen in the NHL.
Who are you picking?
Florida.
How confident are you?
No, not at all. But I'm going down with the ship. No, I'm going down with the ship. And I do think they get the first goal tonight.
They better.
Skinner hasn't given up a bad goal since game 3.
And he's gotten better with every series that he's played in. A lot better.
I think Florida is going to charge the net. And I think Florida is going to count on the fact that there's going to be very few penalties tonight. I think it is going to be a very chippy game. Very chippy game.
Interesting. See, I don't, because I think teams will be too fearful of a penalty.
And I think that by the second period, teams will know ain't going to be any more penalties called, boys. I will say this. I don't know. You and I are both watching this series intently. I keep thinking Edmonton has too many men on the ice. Honestly, there's 6 times I have yelled at the TV, that's too many men on the ice. They haven't been called for one of them. And the Panthers can't complain also because I think Edmonton's gotten away with a little chippiness. They're getting away with a lot of interference on the Panthers, but that's what the Panthers has been doing to everybody else. Panthers can't say anything about it. Like, Mark, Edmonton's giving the Florida business.
They are. And Florida has to avoid costly turnovers in the neutral zone.
Yeah, just dump it. Verhaeghe's been trash. Dump the flipping puck in.
Really could use a Sam Reinhart goal tonight.
I would play Barkov 30 minutes tonight. I am riding my guys so hard tonight. Panthers 3-2. McDavid wins the Smythe.
Edmonton 4-2. Empty netter.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's
All right. You ready for a promo?
Yeah. So David Sampson looked back at Game 7.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. All right, rolling.
Coming up Tuesday on Miller and Moulton.
It's Tuesday. That means David Sampson will join the show.
And we look back at a historic Game 7 for the Stanley Cup.
Miller and Moulton, 6 a.m. Tuesday.
Feel better.
I'll do my best.
And if, you need to not do something, don't do it.
Yeah, we'll be good. I'll be fine. It only hit my daughter for 24 hours, so hopefully it's the same with me.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Thanks. You too.